to reconvene from closed session to, going to get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Do we have any announcements?
Yeah, just one. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, joined us for items F4, F5, and F6. No other formal announcements.
And
Also, was Mayor Brand there?
Mayor Brand joined us as well via Zoom. He did not check in.
Perfect. That's what I need.
And MD and Horvath were there too.
Oh, yes. MD.
Yeah, we had a full house actually in the back.
Who was that? Can you?
Well, we weren't here on
For
the
the
dais
check-in.
for checking in on, but we were at closed session.
Oh, okay, great. Right.
You're in the hallway.
We were.
Literally walking in. Perfect. Okay, that's all we've got. So moving on. Adjourning to a regular meeting on 6/19 p.m. on this beautiful February 7th, first meeting of February. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right. We're going to do a salute to flag and then a moment of silence. And I'd like to have everyone think about, there's been so much happening in the world lately, but especially yesterday with the earthquake in Turkey. It's going to be a long time before we finally figure out the exact destruction that's been happening over there. So, yeah. All right. On three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. All right, we have okay, so tonight, it's a little bit different than what we normally have been doing these last few weeks. We've been giving out certificates and awards to people for their service to our city. And tonight, we're actually going to be getting a certificate of appreciation. And so before I'd like to call up our guests, I'd like to invite our Chief of Police and Fire to be up here. Chief Hoffman, Chief Butler, come on up. And so, without further ado, I'd love to bring up Dr. Martha Koo from Beach City's Health District for us with a little certificate.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So good evening, everyone and council members. I'm Dr. Martha Koo. I serve on the board of directors of the Beach City's Health District. And I'm here to honor your city's fire department and police department for their volunteer commitment for our holiday gift bag project. So every year, the Beach City's Health District delivers over 250 gift bags to the seniors in our care management program. And we really appreciate the long-standing commitment the city has had collaborating with this project, and particularly the participation by the police and fire department. So quick announcement before I hand out the certificates. I just want everyone to know that the Beach Cities Youth Coalition program is hosting an in-person fentanyl forum at Redondo Union High this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. They'll be showing a documentary as well as having a panel discussion. So please spread the word. Fentanyl has really been a huge problem in our society. And so you can register at the Beach Cities Health District website. So without further ado, I really present these certificates of appreciation to the Redondo Beach Fire Department and Police Department.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're going to start off with some council announcements. We'll start off with Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lots happening. The first thing of which is the people that are in District 2 might have noticed there's a lot of paving going on right now in our area, grinding the asphalt and paving it. It's going to be going on for the next couple of weeks, especially in Burl. A lot of the streets have already been done. I want to thank Public Works for all the extra effort they've been doing. It's great to see freshly paved streets. A little bit of pain for a lot of gain. So please be patient of that. There's going to be no parking on a number of those streets, especially Burl specifically. The second thing is I had the pleasure of attending the Independent Cities Association semi-annual meeting in Santa Barbara this week. I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim, who's the president of ICA, for a job well done. It was a very informative weekend, as well as a good way to reach out to our other fellow electeds. Today, I was able to attend the opening of the Transit Center up near the Galleria, and it's spectacular. We had a lot of dignitaries from the surrounding cities, as well as some agencies, and that was terrific. So again, congratulations to Public Works and the city for all the work that you've done. On Sunday, I had the unfortunate but necessary presence at a memorial service for John Naylor's daughter, Kate Naylor. And I want to thank police and fire and the city for all that you've done. It was a very sad ceremony, but it was tastefully done. And I know that the family and the community really appreciates all that you did. And then finally, District 2 community meeting for February will be 2 weeks from last night. It'll be February the 20th, on Monday. It'll be on Zoom. You can register on District 2 council page on the redondo.org website, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. You have to register ahead of time in order to get the link. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
The District 3 community meeting's either going to be Thursday, the 16th, or Saturday morning, the 18th, and I will have an email out to residents in the next few days.
Councilmember Baji.
All right, I'm also excited about the Redondo Beach Transit Center that just opened up, and thank you for everybody who came out to that. It was a great event, and yes, indeed, we had mayors of different cities. Mayor Jackson from Hermosa came over, 2 council members from Torrance. Really a regional effort, and thank them for that. So also on March 2nd, 2023, I will host, trying to find a moderator for a candidate forum, because we have candidates running for treasurer, for District 3, the council seat, as well as school board. So I know that there hasn't been a lot of mailers going out for these candidates, so figured my community meeting, rather than just have it about District 4 topics or Redondo topics, be a good opportunity to host. So host some information about all the candidates in a neutral forum. The link for registration will be on the council page, my council page. I haven't yet put it up there, but I have invited all the candidates. Thanks.
And Councilmember MD.
I agree, Todd, that Kate Naylor's memorial was very tastefully done. And it was nice to see a full house, especially since Kate really loved the RBPD, and it was a nice coming together of everybody that was there. I also attended the West Basin Water District installation of their new board members, and got to see a lot of the local electeds on that evening in Carson, and it was really great. The Redondo Beach Transit Center, yes, it had a lot of the regional electeds, but what was special for me is it had a lot of the former council and mayors there as well. So that was really fun to see all of them after so long that they haven't been here. So I really liked that. That was a fun event as well. Thank you.
Okay. Bunch of things for me. First, I want to say, yes, Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Horvath, Barrel's looking fantastic. Drove that down the other day. It's looking really good. And speaking of improvements, there's the right of say. I know the community members that are organizing the right of way for the Metro Green Line. They're meeting at Franklin Park at 3 to 5 this Saturday. So go on down for that. And speaking of North Redondo activities, I'm going to have my community meeting this weekend, except it's not going to be at Alta Vista. I'm going to have it at the South Bay Galleria, third floor, showing off the design. And for the new Galleria project, I know they got their permits designs in for December for the apartments. So we're quickly working on that. In fact, just so everyone knows, that conversation came up today at the today's event for the ribbon cutting ceremony. And Metro was very interested in understanding what their timeline was. So that's a good thing. And I thanked a lot of people up there, went through that nice little stuff that was put together and talked the whole history of the project, and I thanked a lot of staff. And one couple staff members I forgot to thank was, public community services, Cameron Harding and Renee, putting everything together. So all the popcorn and food and, the setup, so Public Works, you guys were there, you guys got thanked, and so Public Safety, Mike Wazansky, but of course, those that put the soft things together sometimes get overlooked, and so I want to definitely tell you the staff that ribbon cutting was fantastic, so it was really, really cool. The last thing I'll say is I myself went to Independent Cities Association up in Santa Barbara for an event. We should always be reporting that out when we go to these kinds of things, which we do. And it was learned a lot. There was a lot of good stuff on the agenda. In fact, I brought up Public Works Director Ted Simon, and he talked about our sidewalk grinding and how we've spent a lot of money, but we're saving ourselves even more money on litigation. So it was actually very well received. And they shared a panelist with 3 other people, and that was probably one of the biggest hot topics people were asking about. So really did a big deal on that, and it meant a lot to other cities to hear what we're doing here in Redondo. So it's always good to show off what we're doing. So with that said,
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor?
yes, sir.
Just an additional thought, I want to say congratulations to our Mayor Pro Tem. He's the president of ICA. That was his first conference hosting as president of the group, and it was a great informative conference over 2 days. So thank you for doing that and, representing our city well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. A lot of work putting together, almost record attendance. All right. So approval of order of agenda. Does anyone have any changes to the agenda?
I'm wondering if we should move up N1, N2, and N3 ahead of the public hearings.
Yeah.
I'll second it with an amendment or make that motion, just to move all the N items ahead of the public hearing or move the public hearings to the end of the agenda.
I'd be amenable to that.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor, Councilmember Horvath, to move all the N items in front of the L items. And any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
I would say no, I wouldn't do all of them, but that's fine.
Okay. All right. So moving on forward. We have now agency recess for the Community Financing Authority. Do we need a roll call for that, please? Call the meeting to order at 6:33 and then get a roll call.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Chairman Brand absent, and Vice Chair Nearnine.
Here. All right. Approval order agenda. Do we have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Do we have any blue folder items?
Not for this agency.
Okay. Consent calendar. There are 4 items on our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on the consent calendar items that we have, the 4 items that we have?
No. No,
None? None?
no, no for Zoom or e-comments.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Public participation on non-agenda items. This is for the Community Financing Authority. Same rules apply. I'll just go over them real quick. 3 minutes, maximum of 30. We're talking to the Community Financing Authority. We will not respond. Any takers for the Community Financing Authority? Seeing none in person, any in Zoom?
No.
No? All right. All right. That is, any referral items to staff? No one?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Fantastic. All right. Back to a regular meeting. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Still here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. That's what Councilmember Brand said all the time, still here. All right. Blue folder items. I know we have got an email for blue folder items.
Yes. Okay, so for J1, we have some public communications, which is the non-agenda items. L2 related to the Community Development Director, public hearing, notice of incompletion application, letter comment, and also we received late the appellant's representative communication. That's it.
Motion to receive and file. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Moving forward. Consent calendar. So consent calendar, we're going to approve all 18 items here on the consent calendar as one, unless the council member wants to come down or wants to pull one of the items. You will have, anyone here will have the ability to talk to any one of the items on the consent calendar. I'll give you 3 minutes. So Councilmember Lowenstein, did you want to pull anything?
Just H7, please.
Okay. H7. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you.
Councilmember Abaji.
Was that the Grant Avenue funding?
Yes,
one?
it is, yeah.
Okay. No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to pull item H15, actually. I don't have to, but I will, just to, why not? I'll explain it. July 1st? All right, so can I get a motion to approve all items except for items H7 and H15?
Okay, so,
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment for any of those items?
yeah, okay, so let's see, I have somebody, Sheila Lamb in Zoom.
Hello,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Great, thank you. As a member of Sheila Lamb, District 4, as a member of the Planning Commission and Design Standards Subcommittee, I fully support the extension of the City Works contract. The subcommittee requested additional opportunities to meet with City Works due to our many questions and comments regarding the implementation of the new Redondo Beach design standards. Director Forbes, Lisa Padilla, and her staff have been very responsive to our questions and concerns and have made changes to the original document accordingly. In addition, we believe that more time is needed to ensure a range of community engagement opportunities are implemented. Hearing from a full range of stakeholders involved in land planning and development, from homeowners, residents, planning professionals, architects, and builders, each with their own unique perspective, is crucial in obtaining the best outcome for these design standards. Thank you for extending this contract with CityWorks.
Okay. Let's see, I have, okay, so we have, that was it for Zoom, and we have, for e-comments for H9 as a support, just to let you know, for the record.
Okay. Any members of the public want to come down and speak? No more Zoom comments? All right, so a motion on the floor to approve all items except for items H7, H15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, item H7.
I got to read
Oh, you
the-
got to read some, yep, sorry.
So for H12, introduction by title only ordinance number 3251.23, an ordinance City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, adding chapter 11 to title 5 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, establishing a tree protection and preservation law for introduction and first reading. H16, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2302-015, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 to the appropriate $12,729 in Bureau of Justice Assistance fiscal year 2022, Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG Program Funds. And then H18, introduction by title only ordinance number 3250-23, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-9.5 401 and 2-9.403 of the Title II, Chapter 9, Article 4 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to the establishment of the Public Works and Sustainability Commission for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
All right, item H7.
Okay, great. Thank you. I requested this item to be pulled. It's a fairly large appropriation, and I just want the public to know exactly what's involved with the Grant Avenue signal modification. So, Mr. Simon, would you just briefly describe that to folks? And the other thing is, and this is up to, I'll leave this to Councilmember Obaji, that we had appropriated almost $750,000 to acquisition for property along Artesia that I think will be added to this instead of putting it towards the parking garage. And wanted to get his opinion on that as well, too. So, Mr. Simon, thank you.
Thank you. Ted Simon, Public Works Director. As you said, Councilmember, yes, this is a project that has actually gone out to bid 3 different times. When we first bid the project in early 2020 or late 2020, we received 10 bids as a matter of fact, and every one of those bids far exceeded the project budget. We needed additional funding. We asked for additional funding from Metro, which was going to be coming. In the meantime, the City Council authorized us to purchase equipment and materials that was previously funded. That was purchased, and material has actually been received because that has had the longest lead time. That's been anywhere from 4 to 6 months to receive signal equipment. With our second bid, we went out and we received 0 bids back, and that's for the civil construction of the improvements. In between the second and the third bid, the City Council amended the project scope and added some additional funding to put in bulb outs at the unsignalized intersections along Grant Avenue. That was $400,000. And once we designed those and brought the project back out to bid, this time we received actually 5 bids on the project. And as you saw, it was late last year that we received those bids. The bids again exceeded our funding that's available for the construction. And we started to strategize, how can we move this project forward without having to go back out and rebid it? We have, since the end of last year, we've actually talked with the South Bay COG staff and Metro staff and put in for an amendment of our existing Measure M project. So we requested additional funding for the project, and that will be forthcoming. It has to go to the South Bay Board COG, as well as it's going to go to the Metro Board afterwards.
Mr. Simon, could you describe just in 30 seconds what the signal improvements will do for traffic flow and other things in terms of aesthetics?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
As far as aesthetics, all the poles will be replaced. We'll have new poles to current standards. We're going to put bulb outs out there at every intersection in between Inglewood and Aviation on the other end. The bulb outs are actually going to become a significant improvement to the pedestrian crossings that are going to be there. It's going to shorten the actual distance, reducing the amount of time that actually the pedestrians will need to cross the street, which will allow the signals to cycle faster to improve the traffic flow on Grant. The signal equipment is not just poles, it's also going to be communications equipment, controllers, smarter equipment that'll be able to communicate real time, be able to make adjustments to traffic in the future. And this is one part of our mobility improvements throughout the city, because we have multiple corridors that we've asked to do these kinds of upgrades
So
on.
will there be traffic signal synchronization as well, too?
There will be synchronization, there's
Okay.
time-based coordination, and then there's other elements of the smart signals that will be incorporated into this project.
Okay.
So what we're asking council tonight is to approve the appropriation so we can continue on with the construction of the project. And we have asked Metro for the funding, and hopefully that'll come back in time for the budget so that we can actually reappropriate that back.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the point I think we need to emphasize tonight is this $740,000 drawdown from the parking lot acquisition fund is to ensure that we've got sufficient funds to award contract, but our hope is to repopulate that project account with the supplemental funds from Metro.
Okay, right. And I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. There's no immediate plans to resurface Grant, right? Because I think people have been asking about that.
Unfunded CIP.
Correct, it is an unfunded CIP.
So it's unfunded, right? Okay.
The intersections that are affected by this project will see new paving as a result of the bulb out installations to some degree, but the end-to-end treatment that people are looking forward to is not currently funded.
It's a
in the CIP.
very expensive project.
It's a very expensive project.
Right, okay. Thank you. That was all my questions.
All right. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you. So first, I want to say thank you to Public Works because this is a creative solution to come up with the gap in a $4.7 million project here. So I'd also like to thank, Councilmembers Nierenheim and Lowenstein because two budgets ago, they approved $750,000 to go to the Artesia parking lot fund, which now is going to help out on this grant project. So in an ideal world, would we keep $750,000 there to put up, a parking lot or get a surface parking lot on Grant Avenue, on Artesia Boulevard? Absolutely. But we have to decide between being halfway out or a quarter of the way on one project and not ever getting started on another project. And this is an opportunity to get things rolling on a very important project to residents in North Redondo, especially along Grant, Rockefeller, and Huntington. So thank you, Public Works, for finding a way to come up with the funding for this. And I wholeheartedly support moving forward with this project and making this appropriation, adopting this resolution. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
And let's not forget that you fought hard for the bulb outs as well, too.
At every intersection.
Yeah. All right. Any speakers to this? Any members of the public want to speak to this item? Any Zoom comments? Okay. No more further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes. All right. Speak something, yep.
Funds associated with the Artesia Boulevard property acquisition CIP job number 20930 to the Grant Avenue Signal Improvement Project job number 41090 and adopt by total only resolution number CC-2302-017, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Select Electric, Inc., a California corporation in the amount of $2,985,000 for the construction of the Grant Avenue Signal Improvements Project, job number 41090, and Grant Avenue Bulb Outs Project, job number 41340. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This brings up item number H15. Yeah, I was going to just move the date. No.
Yeah, July 1st.
No, the reason I pulled it is, while I have no financial conflict with this particular item, I have no financial interest in the company or the contract. I just don't want to vote on this just because I have worked for this company and I do want to work for the company independently, not as an employee, I might add. So I don't want to just vote on this. So if anyone's going to make
Motion to approve.
all in favor?
Wait, I have a request.
Oh,
Go
So
ahead. Since you pulled this, I just want to once again state that I have people in my district who have been objecting to the fact that we're using pyrotechnics and that they would prefer a drone show for noise, for animals, and for the veterans, and also for pollution. And I know, and she also wanted me to make sure to say that even though last year you guys kind of mocked her for the pollution, she wanted to make sure that the pollution is actually measurable. And so just putting it in there that's the objection to it.
members of the public that want to talk about this? Zoom or e-comments?
No Zoom or e-comments for the record.
Okay. Zane, Councilmember Baji?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that was said because I recall that last year we asked for a budget response report on what a drone show would cost because we empathize and sympathize with those sentiments about pollution and the harm to birds. Actually, I specifically recall saying that off the word of Mike Garcia. So I think we're constantly looking for more environmental ways and better ways to do things. A drone show just is not economically feasible for our city right now. This costs about $70 $5,000 and is still a 4th of July tradition that a lot of kids take joy in. So it's a cost that we're willing to bear. And as soon as there's an opportunity to do something better, more environmentally friendly at an economic price, I'm sure we'll do that. Thanks.
All right. No more comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no, actually, I'm abstaining, sorry.
Painting, that's right, okay.
Have it. All right, is there anything to read on that one? No, right?
No.
Just an agreement. Okay. All righty, so that brings us to the public participation on non-agenda items. It is now 6:50, we'll call it. This is for 30 minutes. You can come down and speak for 30 minutes to us in total amount of speakers. So 3 minutes each for each individual speaker. We cannot respond. We can ask some clarifying questions, but that's it. And you can come up one time. We will do orange cards first, then Zoom comments, then back to regular people here without orange cards. And exactly at 6:50, so 30 minutes from now, we will do, 6:20, we'll be cutting this off. First one up, Vicky, and then Nikki, and then Matthew. Come on up. Yep.
City Council members, my name is Vicki Etzel. You know me by now. I live in District 3. 3 weeks ago, all City Council members voted 5-0 that Mr. Horvath is a resident and did nothing wrong. Mr. Obaji gave an entire presentation on the topic and verbally said he thought Mr. Horvath is a resident of Redondo Beach. Early last week, Mr. Obaji took an endorsement photo for a District 3 candidate that Christian Horvath had sent out in an email to his District 3 residents, posted it on Instagram and maybe other media sites, I don't know. And this is what Mr. Obaji did. He wrote over the photos, "Scam alert, CM Horvath committing voter fraud. His domicile is in Torrance, under election code 349, he must register there."
Absolutely.
Mr. Obaji, you are time and time again showing where the toxic politics start by having voted one way and then after the fact posting this trash. You are deceiving the residents in Redondo. We need representatives that care more about the community and not their own political ladder climbing agenda. Your intention with this social media post is misleading, divisive, and attempting to have people question the outcome of the election. This is the kind of backstabbing and mixed messaging the toxic politics have created in Redondo Beach. Residents in Redondo, and especially in District 3, which I am in, have had enough of the games. Do your job, stop with the online bullying, and set a better example.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, under Robert's Rules of Order, I believe since I was personally attacked, I get to respond to that.
I'd rather you not.
We don't observe Robert rules.
Okay. This one.
Next
Okay,
up, Nikki, and then after that, Matthew.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. Good evening. As most of us are aware, the draft environmental impact report was released 12 days ago, meaning we have 33 days left to respond. I have been working real hard trying to get the word out via social media and the interwebs to as many residents as possible. And I do see a traffic uptick on rightofsay.com, where everyone can find everything they need to get started. So that's working. I had a document inserted into the blue folder for tonight, which consists of 2 pages from the draft EIR. It's page 3 and 4 of the geology soils chapter with tables to show the local relevant regulations with regard to the geology and soils that should support a project build. I highlighted on the tables for each city where Redondo is sandwiched in between Lawndale and Torrance. Both of these cities have language about human-induced safety hazards. However, for Redondo, the DEIR only shows general language citing California General Regulations code number. I had to Google that and figure out I was able to refer to the previous page where in that separate space, you'll find the LA County Code with a specific language that is very explicit about man-made hazards and protecting the community from any unreasonable risks. Among those risks are effects of seismically induced surface rupture, ground shaking, ground failure, slope instability, subsidence, seismic hazards, mud or landslides. And I cherry-picked those bullet points to just include sites, tsunami, and liquefaction to remain relevant specifically to Ruxton and Condon between Artesia and Grant. How disturbing, not seeing the explicit language for Redondo Beach regulations. My first thought was, who is protecting us? Okay, so I had to do some dot connecting to figure it out. But my fear is that not a lot of people are diligent dot connectors. If I hadn't been able to do that, it would appear that the message is us homeowners are low-key royally screwed. So Redondo really needs to hammer on this. We are holding a rally this Saturday on February 11th from 3 to 5 at Franklin Park. We'll go over how to more easily get into this huge document and how to respond. And information on that is at rightofsay.com/events. And thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Well timed. Matthew, you are up. And then we have, I think I saw an orange card come down.
I'm not sure.
Hard to beat, finishing right there at the end of the second. So Matt Kilroy, former city council member and current candidate for office of treasurer. I wanted to thank the city council for their 3 p.m. meeting. I know I thanked you before, but I can't thank you too much for having that 3 p.m. meeting and allowing me to have my campaign kickoff as part of that meeting because it was awesome. I've been knocking on doors. I've probably knocked on about 1,500 doors so far. And by far, the single biggest question I get from voters and residents is, what experience do you have? So I wanted to address that tonight. I've spent about 30 years in analyzing budgets, creating budgets, analyzing revenues, auditing books, and poring over financial data. As doing what? Well, as treasurer for AYSO, School Bond Oversight Committee, PTA auditor, 2 terms on the city council, the city audit committee, all those things have all been very relevant experience for the treasurer position. So I just wanted to let the voters know that. I have a degree from UCLA, from the School of Engineering. I'm a very analytical person and I use it to analyze financial data. I had a reputation when I was on the city council of poring over staff reports, anything that had to do with numbers and finding inconsistencies and things that didn't quite add up. During that time, there was an automatic increase that was going to be just almost perfunctory passed by the city council. There was a motion and a second. And then when we came to discussion, I brought up some points with regards to the increase on the trash fees because the analytical formula that they used really wasn't right. All of a sudden, city council decided to table it to give staff time to go back and justify the numbers, and came back the following meeting and said, oops, you're right. We can't have that increase. That increase isn't correct. Saving the taxpayers directly, not the city, saving the taxpayers approximately $400,000 a year for every year remaining on the contract. So I've got a history of watching out for taxpayers and how taxpayers' dollars are spent and for analyzing revenues, budgets, increases, etc. And I'm looking forward to serve as the next treasurer for the city of Redondo Beach, and I'm asking the voters for their support. Speaking of support, well, 3, I'm going to save it for the next time. We'll talk about who's endorsing it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Holly, I got you after these two. Maria Haas, I believe you're talking about item L2, correct?
I'm talking about a general item.
A general item. Okay. A general item is fine, just as long as it's not about the item that's on public hearing.
I read.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just clarifying. Hermosa Beach.
My name is Maria Haas, and I live in Hermosa Beach. I only have one question. If the power plant property is on foreclosure right now, why are we proceeding with this project? That's it. Thank you.
Fortunately, we can't answer that, but offline.
I had to ask.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Mr. Morocco, are you here? You are here. There you are.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak. I just wanted to inform you about our most recent event at the museum. It was Charter Day. It was our 74th anniversary on January 21 of the new charter, which means we have an opportunity to celebrate the 75th next year. And the display was great as far as getting educational information out there. So if the city is interested in promoting the civic understanding of how this government works, that's an opportunity. I do want to specifically thank the city manager, our city clerk, our city attorney, and the charter review committee chair for putting personalized messages in there to convey what the meaning of the charter is. So again, we have a 75th anniversary coming up. I do know that on a different topic, that the council has expressed an interest in having a birthday celebration this year. That's going to be in April. So we hopefully in the next month, we'll be able to put something together with what the council would like to see done with the birthday party. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else that wants to come down and speak on non-agenda items? Holly, did you put something in? Dr. Osborne.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Holly Osborne, District 5, and I usually don't come down here and talk about stuff I don't know anything about. I usually am examining minutia, but this time I'm going to talk something about which I know nothing because I want to know something and I need some help. And what I'm talking about is the draft, the EIR, and some of the noise measurements they made. Because if the noise, we want to find out if it has an impact. We want to take the ambient measurements, for example, at night, okay, with no diesel or freight train in the background, no sirens in the background, because people are going to know how much noise is a LRT going to increase the level while they're sleeping. And I just glanced very quickly at the tables, and they don't have the time of day when they took the measurements. So, you know me, if I don't believe something, I go out, just like I did with my yardstick to measure the row, and found out some of their tables were wrong. I want to see myself what some measurements would be. And for that, I need some help because I don't have measurement equipment. So if there are any techie guys who have those super duper phones that they can download an app that will measure noise, please contact me. If there's anybody, I know you can't reply right now, but all of you know how to get in touch with me. If there's anybody in the city staff that could help me and help our responses to the design DEIR, I would like to be contacted, okay? Because I've reviewed documents for 40 years as a system engineer looking for faults. That's what I do, okay? And you don't have to totally understand something to realize that there's illogic reasoning in places. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come down in person and speak? Any Zoom comments?
Okay, we have Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, council members and Mayor of Redondo Beach. My name is Candace Nafisi, candidate for City Council, District 3. And one of my top priorities is ensuring that District 3 has a strong advocate to represent them moving forward. True to my word, I'll be joining Redondo Beach Quality of Life residents in a community rally for the Metro this Saturday at 3 p.m. They'll be holding a community rally to educate and inform residents on how to submit comments to the recently released draft environmental impact report. It's important that residents send a loud and clear message to the Metro Board that we favor the Hawthorne elevated option or to examine a no-build option due to the 1,100 homes between Lawndale and Redondo being impacted. Responding to the DEIR is a crucial step in the process of the project. So for more information, please check out the website www.rightofsay.com. This is truly a community effort, and I'll be with the community every step of the way to ensure that your quality of life is protected. Huge kudos to Nikki Mitchell and other residents for all the personal time that they're putting in to examine the DEIR and to educate their neighbors. Lastly, I want to weigh in on the Dominguez Park playground plans. The Parks and Rec Commission will be meeting this upcoming week to discuss, and you can share your feedback online or in person. And then lastly, I also want to applaud my opponent on her campaigning practices. She hasn't partaken in a single negative tactic on social media or joined other supporters in doing so. And I bring that up because it's important how we move forward as a city. So thank you. Let's stay positive, stay safe, Redondo Beach. Have a great night.
Okay.
Okay, next person is Nancy Siba.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Skiba, and I want to say good evening to the city council members and the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm calling you because there's an issue going on in North Redondo where we're having rats. I don't know if they're roof rats or what. It sort of became apparent after the big storm we had. And I guess there was a lot of water and maybe they were looking for places to hide. But we have a number of those really tall palm trees that look like they haven't been trimmed in years. And it's a known fact that the rats like to hide up in those and nest up in these kind of big palm trees. And they're literally getting in people's cars underneath the hoods, the engine compartments, and people's garages and whatever, and they're very destructive. So I was hoping that perhaps Public Works or some department might be able to help us to get those palm trees trimmed to sort of maybe cut down on the nesting locations for these rats. And that's all.
Thank you. Anything?
Okay, that's it for Zoom, and we have 2 e-comments for Jay for this item.
Fantastic. All right, last.
So wait a minute, we have Eugene Solomon, sorry. I raise him up at the last minute here. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, members of the council, staff. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach, candidate for city treasurer, the only candidate in the selection who has worked and taken exams to perform work as a licensed financial advisor, who has run a business here in the South Bay for the last 30 years, generating millions of dollars of revenue each year. Hands-on experience as a financial advisor to have the fluency in discussing with our financial investment team things like our compliance calendars, our best practices, our tactical alignments, and our internal controls. A person who, as chairman of the Budget and Finance Commission, created a subcommittee to study our CalPERS debt, and going forward, came up with solutions such as generating revenue through lease revenue bonds that ultimately saved the city of Redondo Beach $100 million over the next 28 years, that can add 20 to 30 capital improvement projects in just our last budget. No more will Redondo Beach be the city where people say we can make big plans, but we're not good at carrying forward with them. We can do big things, and our pension debt restructuring is an example of that. The CalPERS representative came to our December Budget and Finance Commission meeting and said, and I quote, "I applaud you, that was bold to do, and it was well done." That's the type of person I will be as city treasurer, to create the most efficient, transparent city treasurer position in the history of Redondo Beach. I welcome an opportunity for the public to vote for me on or before March the 7th. Please support the ballot initiatives that are amending our charter, along with our cannabis tax and along with our ranked choice voting. I thank you very much for your time. Have a good night.
Anyone else via Zoom?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. As we've been talking tonight about all the lovely things coming up on the ballot, I want to remind everyone that your ballot will be arriving probably any day now, supposedly next day or so. But what I'd like to address, to have people take a look at, is Charter Amendment number 3. And the reason why this is important, because I wrote the opinion piece on it, and I think it's important that people read it and understand. Our charter was written at a time back in 1949 when language wasn't very inclusive. Most elected officials were assumed to be men, which was probably not an accurate reflection of our world today. The California state constitution was changed back in 1974 to allow more inclusive language. So we're lagging behind a little bit. So basically, the gist of it is words matter. They can heal or hurt, and they can unite or divide. Please take a look at Charter Amendment 3, read it, and hopefully you'll vote for it, and we can make this change, long overdue change to our city charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. So that concludes that section, nicely under time. So now we're on to the N items. N1, possible action regarding process forming utility underground districts in Redondo Beach.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ted Saban, Public Works Director. This is a strategic plan item that the council had requested to bring forth information providing regarding the various types of undergrounding projects. Rule 20A, B, and C. And we have with us tonight, we're joined by Bob Ciccarelli, who is the Rule 20 Project Manager for Southern California Edison in our area, as well as Diane Forte. She's the Public Affairs Manager for Edison. They will be making the presentation. I am joined by Rob Osborne, Senior Management Analyst from Public Works. Rob has, in his past professional life, worked on such undergrounding. And we'll go through the presentation from Southern California Edison and then answer any questions you may have. So Diane?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'm Diane Forte, Government Relations Manager with Edison. Thank you for having this evening. I wanted to introduce my colleague, Bob Ciccarelli. He's the project manager for Rule 20 and could go through the different categories so you can assess what you want to do in your city. And I too very much enjoyed the ICA conference, so thank you for having me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure having you there. Good seeing you again.
Good evening, and thank you for having Edison and me tonight. I'll drop through this very quickly. We're speaking about the Rule 20 tariff state program for undergrounding utilities. And the program is broken into 3 separate funding sources. Next slide. Funding source A, B, C. A is ratepayer funds, but it's confined to major arterial and collector roadways. And everything is paid for by the utilities. Rule 20B is very similar to A. However, it's where an applicant would pay Edison and the other utilities to underground. So if you can't qualify for Rule 20A, you probably could qualify for B or C. So it can be on any street. However, A and B, the project has to be minimum 1 city block long or 600 feet long, scope of work. And then Rule 20C is any location, any place. And Rule 20A and B, there are cost offsets. C, there's cost offset, but much less than A and B. Next slide, please.
What does that mean, cost offset?
An assessment?
Cost offset is where there are reductions for projects A, B, and C. And those cost reductions are, number one, the cost to build a equivalent overhead system, and then removing the overhead system at no cost. And the third is the salvage value of the overhead system being removed. And this is all per the PUC, California Public Utility Commission. So this slide is explaining what I just explained. So next slide, please. So to qualify for Rule 20A, you can see 1 through 5, which was just amended by the PUC. Heavy concentration of overhead facilities, transmission and distribution. If there's wheelchair access limitations where we don't have 3 feet between the power lines and the property line. However, that's grandfathered in. Or the street or roadway carries a heavy amount of pedestrian or vehicular traffic. Number 4 is, there again, the roadway qualifies as a major or minor arterial or collector street. And number 5, the minimum distance established as either 600 feet or 1 city block long. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of before and after. Next slide. So this is where we're talking about arterial roads and collector. And this is in accordance to your general plan. And if a city doesn't have a general plan, it defaults to the governor's office general plan, definition of arterials and collector roadways. Next slide, please. So funding, there again, rural funding A is paid for by the ratepayers. And it's not only us, but it also involves the other utilities on the poles, the communication companies, fiber, data. So whenever we take down the power lines, they have to as well. Next slide, please. Now, allocations. Every year, each municipality would receive an allocation to continue with the undergrounding. However, that ended in 2022, calendar year 2022. So, however, the remaining funding per municipality is still in place and, of course, can be used for undergrounding. Next slide, please. So transfers, what also changed with the recent vote for the PUC, for the Rural 20 program, is we no longer allow transfers between city to city. However, it's still allowed between city and county and city. That is, you can transfer, you can acquire allocations to build projects, to underground. So that still is in place. Next slide, please. So when we underground, even the other utilities, we put in conduits and we put in vaults. So this is an example of how a vault goes in, and the vaults go in first, followed by the conduits to minimize disruption to traffic during construction. Next slide, please. So this is more of the same. Next slide, please. So this slide I left in because it used to be that municipalities could mortgage up to 5 years, but that ended about 2 years ago. So mortgaging is out. So that's it. Whatever amount each municipality has currently, that's the amount available for funding. Next, please. Other aspects, just drop through quickly. Edison is the lead utility. The other utilities are involved. We all work together. We all come together in concert. Edison has no jurisdiction with any other utility. And then if there's easements involved, permits, we look to the municipality to provide that for the projects so we can move forward, and of course in a quickly manner. Next slide, please. So this is where I was speaking about the cost reduction, cost equivalent. So the PUC said that we'll have to deduct the equivalent cost to build an overhead system within the scope of work, also remove the overhead system at no cost, and the remaining salvage value, useful life of the overhead facilities. And that's typically around 20 to 25% reduction. That's also for Rule 20B. Some more before and after. This is nice because it's residential.
So
And we also underground in residential areas.
So we see after there's still a utility pole there, it seems like, behind the second car on the left. Is there still some sort of new overhead system that gets put in?
So
I see what you're saying.
when we underground, that involves Edison, the other utilities. Sometimes there are cell sites involved, but all the power lines are to come down unless a municipality allows the cell site to remain, and I can't really see that well. But the resolution calls for all the utilities to be put
So including
underground.
cable and all that internet, right? Goes
Yes.
underground.
Yes, council member. So that is electrical, cable, fiber optics, data, everything has to come under, but every now and then a project will involve a cell site or two. And that's where it gets a little tricky because currently we're feeding the cell site overhead. With the project, we'll refeed that underground and it may move or move off project. But in this case, I'm not sure how that got on there.
It's just a retouched picture, Bob.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. That's why.
The cars are in exactly the same place and there's shadows on the street.
Yeah, that's all that is.
Oh, that's
I was
true.
given this PowerPoint.
Yeah.
I
We
did doctor it.
We understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They missed it.
Rule 20B, almost identical to A, with the exception of, it's what we call it's a billable project. It's where the applicant pays for everything, not the ratepayers, but the same cost reductions apply. And this is where, if you can't qualify for an A, there again, you probably could qualify for a B. A lot of municipalities, they can combine A's and B's and C's, like say with roadway projects, anything like that, to accomplish a large cost project. And what's important about a Rule 20B project is the Rule 20A, the utilities actually trench in and convert electrical panels and the communication panels. But on Rule 20Bs, all that has to happen by the applicant. Homeowner, business owner, but it all has to go underground per the PUC. Next slide, please. So I put this in because under Rule 20B, there are also underground utility assessment district projects. And that's where a neighborhood may want to underground, form an assessment district, usually through Proposition 218. And then the utilities are notified through city sponsorship. And then we're given a boundary map on how many homes and properties are involved. And then we provide estimates. We help the city and the neighborhood drop through that program. And the same as an A or a B, we go ahead and underground the project. But we're not determining what the scope is, it's the neighborhood. So some cities number their assessment districts, others name them, and there's a lot of that going on right now in the beach cities. I might want to add. Next slide, please. That's the same cost equivalent for Rule 20B as with A. Next slide, please. Rule 20C. So Rule 20C is anywhere, it could even be in an alley, any distance, doesn't matter. And of course, if there are services involved, they have to be undergrounded. And sometimes we do have a C. Sometimes there are combos like an A and a C. Sometimes there's an A and a B. But per the Rule 20 tariff, they added this, I believe, so that, if you certainly can't qualify for A or B, but you want underground, like a strip center, a homeowner, a business, that this funding is available. And it has, and the exception with A and C on the cost reduction is, with A and B is under C, the cost reduction is just the salvage value. Next slide. So this is where we're installing underground conduit. We call it dry utilities, slot trenching. The trench is usually about 20 inches wide. We have conduits. We trench, we do our construction as joint trench with the other utilities. So that we only disrupt, the community once. And Edison is always on the bottom of the trench, followed by the other utilities, like AT&T, of course, Charter, Frontier. So in this view, we're actually seeing the slot trenching go in, and it's right at the lip of the curb. And then we'll pave that back. We'll restore the entire roadway, and it's all in accordance with the municipality through the permit process. Next slide, please. Now, City of Redondo Beach has already initiated a project. We've been working on it for quite a while. It's PCH at Prospect Avenue. We hope to be in construction with that in May. We're waiting on 2 other utilities to give us their final plans so we can get to the bidding and construction process.
Is that just for?
Fred is helping us with that.
Is that just for an intersection, or is that for kind of like a few blocks?
It's at the intersection, and it's down PCH for about a half a block, but it is transmission and it is distribution. So it's all the utilities. So I really don't think, unless you would like me to drop through the process, because you guys have already created the Rule 20A project.
Yeah, council member, it's actually the last segment of overhead utilities along PCH, so it's everything from Prospect to the south city limits.
Well, let's say there's a collector like Grant Avenue, and I think it would qualify under 28 because it's a collector. So, how would I suppose our staff would know how to initiate that? What kind of time commitment does this require to add a resource commitment?
Before I answer that, Bob, you said the Rule 20A set aside has actually ended at the end of December, correct?
Correct.
So there's no more future funding that's coming for Rule 20A undergrounding projects.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
That is correct. And then how to initiate a project? Yes. So a Rule 20A and a Rule 20B, it actually takes about 3 to 5 years to start the design and complete the project. For an A, it's usually 3 years. But for a neighborhood project, it can be up to 5 years or 7 because of Prop 218, that legal process that the municipalities have to drop through. The engineering design starts with the creation of a city resolution, a municipal resolution. Then we'll put it into design, and the other utilities will fold in and do their designs. So it takes about 18 months to design, 18 months to construct. Unless there are complications, like the project is located within Caltrans right-of-way, or anything like that that slows up the process, like the permit process, which happened to us on Highway 1 at Prospect Avenue. That really slowed up that process. But we're beyond that now, and we want to quickly move forward.
You'd say PCH and Prospect?
Yeah, PCH and Prospect Avenue?
Yeah, it's the PCH corridor, but it's Prospect to the south city limits. It's not just the intersection.
Yeah, but I didn't realize you had an undergrounding over there.
Not on Prospect.
Oh.
It is overhead. It's the last remaining overhead section.
Right.
And therefore, it is the Rule 20A project that they've been working on.
Got it.
So there's always a main line, or PCH in this case, but there are always overhead power crossings. So we have to get to the next pole on either side and then riser up so it all goes underground. So we can reconnect all that. So it starts with the city, well, to complete a project, size and complexity matter, design and technical challenges, joint trench opportunity for the other utilities. We wait on their plans. Acquisition, sometimes easements are involved, and so that takes a while to accomplish. Permits and any special conditions associated with public works permits. And then Edison always wants to say, as long as we have allocations available and as long as we have the funding available, which we always do in order to get these projects completed for you.
When you say allocations, what do you mean by that?
Well, the allocations from the PUC that ended in 2022.
Got it. So we need to put pressure on the PUC or our state legislators to allocate more money for that.
Right, because a municipality might identify a location, well, it's just way too expensive, or the budget is too large, and it exceeds available allocations.
Do you see any communities right now asking for undergrounding in 2023? Have you heard of any?
So I'm working right now, my region, if you will, is Seal Beach to Malibu and the ocean to LA. And there's a lot of undergrounding going on. And there's a lot of neighborhood undergrounding going on up and down the coast. And my coworker represents the Orange region, which is Laguna Beach, Newport Beach. And they have quite a bit of undergrounding happening.
And then those are funded by the neighborhoods where they are? Is that?
So they're doing the Rule 20A and the Rule 20B.
Okay.
And you'll just see a lot more of the Rule 20B coming forth because the Rule 20A is no longer.
Just one more question. When undergrounding has occurred, have you all done any sort of study as to the appreciation of real estate that occurs once the utilities are undergrounded? If there's any?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any understanding of that? Let's say if they say it costs about $40,000 per household to underground on a given block. I don't know if that's an accurate figure or not, but if that is the sum, then is that household going to realize an equivalent amount of appreciation by undergrounding?
The big driver is aesthetics, usually for the undergrounding, but maybe you could look at the data from other cities, like look at what they were assessed at and now what the going underground could be. But we have not done that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do we have a copy of this presentation?
Absolutely.
Can we have one?
Next slide. Any other questions?
And one thing I was going to attach to the report is, as a requirement of the CPUC, we were supposed to create a guide. So you'll see attached in the staff report, SEE guide to Rule 20, and that's a lot of bedtime reading, but it's a lot more descriptive of the process. And that was when the CPUC went through their OIR, the Order Institutes, what do they call it?
Order Instituting Rulemaking?
When they went through their rulemaking, that was part of the change, to come up with a guide for everybody. And I think they're taking a pause. I don't know if it's coming back, but for sure they're taking a pause.
All right. I wonder why we have, I appreciate the presentation and the guide, but I wonder why we have this thick guide on Rule 20A, projects when you can't do Rule 20A anymore. So.
I'm sure there were a lot of lawyers involved in that explanation.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, my hand's up.
Are you done?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Anyway,
Gary, go for it.
so if I understood it right, there's no more 28 funding going in, but where there is an amount that was whatever was capped at 2022, whatever we've accumulated. Do we know what that number is for Redondo, or have we used up our allocation?
I'd have to get back with you on that.
Okay.
But that has been encumbered for the project you're working on right now.
Oh, it has. So we so the answer is we have zero. Most likely, or pretty close to it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
And maybe I'll clarify that whatever we had allocated, and Bob, you and I have spoken about this, it's either going to complete our project, they may need to borrow from other unfunded or non-project areas that have received Rule 20A. But if there was a residual, and I'm going to be hypothetical and say 100,000, it wouldn't have started a new Rule 20A project at that.
Yeah. So that's what I meant by essentially it's zero, whether it's 100,000 or not. It's essentially zero. We've used it up, in other words. Well, first of all, good on you for taking that money and using it for some project. So good. Thank you. Thanks.
That was my next question. What else could the funding be used for? But you guys have used it already for everything. Okay. And how much, roughly speaking, do we know how much, roughly speaking? $50 million a year?
No, there's no more. It's no.
How much was it, roughly?
So the amount is calculated by the number of electric meters per municipality.
Oh.
With a higher amount for overhead meters versus underground meters. And the amount set by the PUC annually. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the I think it was in the mid hundreds of thousands. It's dropped over the years. It's continued to reduce. And I think when we started this project, I don't know if we needed to mortgage, but as Bob was explaining, it took such a long time to get through the Caltrans permitting process that they fully accrued all the funding to complete this undergrounding project. But it wasn't in the millions. I know the project itself is going to be in the millions, but the allocation was not in the millions, it was in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
And that is correct.
Hold on, Councilmember Lowenstein, and then we'll go Abaji.
Yeah, Bob, I don't know if you were involved with the method of service study along the right of way. Were you involved, or that was probably Vic and?
Yeah, he was not involved in the project.
Mr. Vic Knoll.
Vic Knoll, before Diane arrived. Okay, so we did a study about what it would take. There's 3 sets of lines along the right of way. There's a 220 kilovolts, there's a 66 kilovolts, and then there's a 16 kilovolts. The 220s, once the power plant eventually leaves, those will go. The 66s, I believe, were talked about from Prospect to the city limits, and they could actually form a loop. They actually are used to distribute power, if I'm not mistaken, to South Redondo, so down Prospect. So they could be potentially either rerouted or, yeah, Mike, you were here for that as well, too. They could be rerouted or undergrounded. The undergrounded part would be our responsibility if that ended up happening. Is that correct? Do you remember?
Well, there was sort of 3 components to the method of service study, as I recall. There's the transmission lines, the 220 lines, which, were one factor and are really linked to the power plant site and the need for that switch. And those could ultimately be turned around at a different location. There's the 66 kVs that bring power into the region, some of which feeds the power plant, some of which feeds South Redondo. Those could be underground.
Yeah.
And then there's the distribution poles that are along the corridor that feed all of our local service needs that theoretically would also have to be undergrounded. The opportunity to fund the different components of that, I think, depends on who's driving that and ultimately what the goal is. So I can't remember the overall cost at the time, but it was in the $20+ million range.
It was quite a bit of money. And I think one of the other options was to actually reroute the 66s on the north side of 190th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, actually, I think it might have been down Barrow using the large wood poles and then turning them south from there. But there was, it was a challenge. It was a challenge, but it could be done. I mean, there's room.
Could they be undergrounded together, the 66s and the 16s, if they were? Do you have to separate them by voltage?
Yeah, that I'm not sure. However, when we do utility undergrounding for transmission, they're the only ones in their trench. And then everyone else is in the distribution trench.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was part of some of those early meetings because some of that fell to me for the distribution undergrounding. So, so some of it's my jurisdiction, but I'm transmission and distribution. So if there are distribution lines involved, then that has to go through me. So we work together, of course.
I know people would love to see those poles and those wires disappear along 190th, Anita.
Right, and I was out there actually several years ago. I was out there measuring and taking a look and meeting with our transmission group.
Okay, great.
Okay, Councilmember Abaji.
Quick question. Do you have an estimate for a residential block, how much it costs to underground?
So,
or range even?
So in utility underground, it all comes down to the cost per foot of trench. And right now we're estimating at $750 per 1 foot of trench. So that's pretty general. And so if it's a neighborhood project, it would be the same as a Rule 20A.
Okay, $750 per 1 foot of trench. And is that, if there are lines on both sides, that means you need 1 foot counted on each side, right?
It can be, yes.
Okay.
But if we can get it if we can underground with one trench, that would be great, but we can't always guarantee that.
Okay.
And that's for distribution. But if we're involving location with transmission, the underground transmission lines, That's about 5 million a mile currently, plus the cost of replacing any breakers in the substation, and those are very costly.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sometimes municipalities will leave the transmission poles as just underground distribution and communication under that. Excuse me. And I also want to touch on streetlights. So they are replaced per the program, like for like. So.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're good, sir. Thank you. We'll get members of the public to come down, or Diane, do you have anything else to say?
No, I didn't know if we could leave.
No, members of the public to come down and talk?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and Council. Didn't really plan on talking about it, but the issue about undergrounding has been around for a while in the South Bay. In my business in Manhattan Beach, there was a section, the sand section, and where they were undergrounding it. And it took a while. They created separate districts and done it over a period of years. It was supposed to have started, I think, back in 2004, and I don't think they finished it until not very recently. One thing I would like to mention to the council that they should consider is if the ultimate goal is to have this undergrounded to people's homes, people do tend to like it because it improves their home values. If you have a view now looking at power lines, they're gone. Obviously, they could like that. The downside, though, is it's not cheap. Some folks in Manhattan Beach, I know, were paying between $30,000 to $40,000 to have their individual utility lines run into their homes. Now, so a younger couple or someone who's bought a house may not care so much about it, but there's a lot of elderly folks in Manhattan Beach who had a hard time paying for that. So what they were doing is attaching like a lien onto the property so it would eventually be sold later on, which isn't always the best thing to do, especially some folks who can't afford it. They're very able to stay in their homes now because of Prop 13, and then having this additional $30,000 or $40,000 tacked onto their mortgage is not really a pleasant thing to do. So if the city is going to proceed on that line, you should open up dialogue with the community well in advance to let them know that this could come down the way. And by the time it gets to that point, it's probably going to be a lot more than $30,000 or $40,000. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Just one brief question if nobody else is here.
No one else from the public? All right.
There was an area of, I believe it was District 3 at one time was talking about an assessment for undergrounding. Does that strike you as being familiar?
Well, I think there have been conversations and questions raised about process and cost and those types of things. I don't think it ever got beyond that general inquiry stage.
Okay, great, thank you.
To my knowledge.
All right, any Zoom comments? One e-comment?
One comment, and they support
Okay.
this item.
Motion to receive and file.
And no Zoom. for
And
the
no
record.
Zoom. Okay, motion received and filed. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you guys very much. And Bob, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very informative. And can we get a copy of that? Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next item. N2, discussion and action regarding options to reestablish a white sea bass program in the King Harbor. This is a fun, exciting one. All right. I remember this harkens me back to the days that we did a highly secretive laser for Northrop Grumman that was reported in the news the next day and showed up in San Diego. 50,000. Literally the next day.
Safely out of our harbor at that point, though. That's all that mattered. Yeah.
I was like, wow.
All right, for the record, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. We're here today to talk about reestablishing the white sea bass program. This is a strategic plan priority for you guys. For over 2 decades, there was a white sea bass program in Redondo Beach. It was operating out of the Sea Lab. They released up to 12,000 fish per year, but they actually closed their doors in 2019. So we've been without one for just a few years.
Why'd they close their doors?
It was a leasing situation, so they lost their lease.
They got thrown out.
So the Harbor Commission met on this topic twice to essentially review spacing needs, materials that were needed, potential locations within the harbor. They even formed a subcommittee where we walked the waterfront with some local experts to identify some suitable spots. We worked with the King Harbor Ocean Enhancement Foundation. They actually ran the most recent program in King Harbor. And again, they advised us on spacing needs, equipment. They gave us information on appropriate ocean current that was needed to maintain appropriate temperatures and oxygen levels for the life of the fish. And in summary, the commission favored in-water pens instead of out-of-water pens as options. Really, there was just more costs associated with out-of-water pens, generators, just, emergency procedures, and then, of course, just getting the fish down into the waterfront on release days. So they did favor in water. They also agreed that locations near basin entrances were ideal because, again, that has the best ocean current for temperature and oxygen. And then they all agreed that a typical 12-foot wide by 31-foot long typical slip would be needed to accommodate the tank, cleaning supplies, fencing, everything associated with the program itself. So here's a map of the location that was of the locations that were toured by our subcommittee. We walked the entire waterfront and saw 8 potential spots. Location 1 was just west of the King Harbor Yacht Club, right up against the breakwall, but it was way too shallow to accommodate a pen, so we eliminated that one. Location number 2 on the other side of the Yacht Club was between the club and a last row of slips, but there was limited access to this area, and we agreed there would be substantial improvements that were needed to get a gangway or some kind of an existing dock down there. So it was just much too costly. Locations 3 and 4 were at our Harbor Patrol facility, and 3 was in the dock area, while 4 was actually under the lookout office. Both were actually pretty ideal in terms of sizing, depth, ocean current, but the existing dock is about to go under construction for a new one, so that would be a slight delay. And then when we were speaking with our fire department, there was a little bit of apprehension about allowing volunteers just access in and around a secure area. This area is doable, but just with some limitations we would have to work through. Location 5 is actually over by the previous Joe's Crab Shack, which is the future waterfront education facility. There's no water access there, and while there is redevelopment that was likely to occur, we're likely years away from that, and to get water access would be extremely costly. Location 6 was at the sports fishing pier, but as of recently, we found out that the storm damage was such that we're likely going to have to remove that sooner than later, so that's not an option anymore. So really, it comes down to locations 7 and 8, which is actually a good thing because the previous operators actually identified this basin as the most ideal for ocean current. So what we looked at, was location 7. It's ideal for size and everything that we're talking about here today. And here's a close-up view of it. It would be between the slip and the mole. So it would be the area in between, the water in between there. There are existing slip rentals that happen out there. So if we were to locate, we would lose out on some of that slip money that I'll get into a little bit later. But this area's got an existing gangway. It's got existing fencing, secure access. It's got all the spatial needs we need, and it's close to parking for our eventual volunteers. Location 8, it hits all the marks as well. Current just wasn't as good, so we decided that location 7 was the best and best suited for the needs of what we're doing here. So in terms of cost, we've got Clark McNulty here, and he's prepared to answer any questions that you may have, but he's got experience with establishing these programs. We're thinking for a 1-tank program, we're about $45,000. Most of this is going to be upfront costs, just getting the materials and getting them built on site. The fish themselves year over year and the food that goes with them are actually donated, and then there's no employees, it's all employee driven. We actually do recommend 2 tanks, it's best practice. You can separate 6 fish that way and keep the main bulk of them healthy if that ever happens. And then, of course, the $700 per month in lost slip revenue that I mentioned before. Here's a photo of the one in Marina del Rey, just to kind of, so you can grasp what this thing looks like. It's secure. And then the inside, you've got the tank itself there with gangways going around there. So this is a picture of the amenities plan that was just approved, just to show you that the existing conceptual designs don't interfere with location 7. And then really our recommendation tonight is if you are amenable to location 7, you would direct staff to kind of seek funding. There are grant opportunities that staff could seek. And if that's the case, we would apply for those grants and just, start pulling the trigger. But if the grants only cover a partial of the cost, we would return with a budget item where we could review whether or not you would want to fund this and how. So with that, I stand ready to answer any questions you may have. So does Clark McNulty and Craig Stanton, who's also here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Councilman Horvath,
Why don't you let the guys come down and talk first?
you guys have a presentation or anything? No? That was it? Okay, Councilmember Baji, do you have anything else?
So, no, then I would just say, great staff report. I think we've all made a commitment to this, within the past few years. And I think number 7 sounds ideal. And so I would make a motion to approve with 2 at $75,000.
And to direct staff to get grant funding.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember, are you done?
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
Howdy, just because I'm one of the newer folks up here, can you tell me what, besides the feeling of, hey, we're restoring or increasing ecological diversity in the presence of this species, what is the benefit to the community from having a sea bass program?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Clark McNulty. I'm here representing the King Harbor Ocean Enhancement Foundation.
Sorry, let me just add, also because I see sea bass on the menu at the oceanfront restaurant, so I just wonder if people are plucking these things out of the ocean and eating them.
So I think beyond just the local impact of the habitat surrounding Redondo Beach is the impact that it has on for marine education purposes and educating youth about conservation, best practices, fishing, respecting wildlife. And I think it sort of follows into the bigger project in the harbor, the marine education project. And one of the things we've discussed is how do we make this somewhat portable? And I'm here with Craig Stanton. If you want to introduce yourself, some of you may know Craig from the harbor as well.
I'm Craig Stanton. I'm the general manager for Basin 3 for the Redondo Beach Marina. We're looking to facilitate that, the pens.
So I think some of the conversation we've had around the pen build and how do we do it cost effectively and efficiently, but also how do we do it in a way that it's potentially movable at a later date. So if something gets approved down the line in the Joe Crab Shack area, is that a better area for these pens to be able to move or be relocated to? And that's in our design, we have plans to be able to move that at a later date if it's something that was advised or deemed that we needed to do. But to touch back on the conservation aspect, I think just the impact on the local youth and educating them on why it's important to respect their resources.
So do they get all their food from within these pens? Like just naturally flowing food?
Actually, no, the food is actually formulated by SeaWorld, Hub SeaWorld. So they give them a special formula that's brought up once a week, twice might be twice a month, but they bring the food that has the right formula in it, nutrients in it, and those fish get fed on a daily basis.
Got it. And was it accurate? Did I hear right that it's 6 fish per pen? Something like that, or no?
No, it's actually, it depends on the size of the pen. In the past, at the Sea Lab, we ran anywhere from 700 fish to 1,500 fish a pen, and the releases could have been right around that 3,000 mark. There is a little bit of die-off every rotation, but that's normal. So I think over the course of 30 years, there was 114,000 fish that were released locally.
Oh, wow. And how do you replenish them once you release the fish?
Sure, good question. So Hub SeaWorld manages the hatchery program itself, and there's a broodstock fish that are caught out at Catalina Island. They go into broodstock pens, they get quarantined at Catalina Island, brought into Hub SeaWorld, where they're again quarantined. They get moved into the broodstock pens where they spawn off, and they collect the eggs as samples. They hatch the hatchlings in separate tanks, as those fish grow out to a certain size, they chip each fish in the right cheek with essentially an RFID tag, which is like the size of a speck of pepper. And essentially that's just a serialized code. And that coded number goes in the database. Those fish get assigned to a specific grow out, i.e. Redondo Beach. Those 3,000 fish get grown out, get released. And if those fish get caught, scanned, checked into the database, they can see migration routes, they can see growth rates, they can see also the success of the program. So what they've started to determine over the past 2 years is that the program has been a lot more successful than they initially thought. They initially thought that about 1% of all these fish were related back to the broodstock fish. But they've been doing with, I think it's University of South Carolina, tissue samples, genetic sampling that has determined that around 30% of the fish that are caught and sampled are actually related back to the broodstock fish, which is a way higher number than anybody ever expected. So it seems like from what we're starting to see in this genetic tissue sampling, that the program is having a really big impact on the local ecosystem.
All right, great. Thank you.
I still have my white sea bass stone, the first white sea bass I got. You got it, delicious. So, and you guys don't have any issues with security down there and people coming in and it'll be taken care of?
It's one of the more security officers we have down there, so we're going to be sharing that with South-Based Sailing. It'll be secure, yes.
Okay.
And the fencing enclosure is locked as well. So gate key wrapped, so you can barely see in it. One, to keep people out, to keep predators out, marine predators, seals, birds. But it's fairly secure.
When you go release them, do you just release them out of the pens right there, or do you take them out? And
typically out of the pen itself. We used to release in the back of the harbor. We had to move them, it was a little difficult. We had to move them in a water truck out of the Sea Lab and then move 100 yards up to the roadway up to King Harbor Yacht Club, and we released them there. But at the front of the harbor there is sort of nice because they have structure, they have protection there, the rock wall. And then they have the ability to get out in the open ocean.
how big and how old are they when you first get them, and how big are they, how old are they when you let them go?
Yeah, so it varies. Sometimes Hub SeaWorld dictates, do they want to release them at 8-inch or 12-inch? When we get them, they're about 3. So we grow them from about 3 inches to 8 or 12, depending on what Hubs wants us to do with that sample set.
And how long is that?
A couple months from the time that we get them to the time that we release. So it's 3.5, 4 months, 5 months, depending on, it sort of varies depending on, it's not a exact, I think each sample set changes a little bit.
Right, temperature, time of year, food.
Sorry, one more question.
Yeah, go for it.
So does SeaWorld essentially subsidize this by growing the fish, I suppose, and getting the nutrition?
I think that SeaWorld Hubs gets grant money from the state and from the Fish and Game and from Fish and Game licenses that are sold, sport fishing licenses. Yeah. But that money doesn't roll downhill to each one of these grow outs. So these grow outs are independently supported locally by their local nonprofits and education programs around their areas, or, by municipality or city government. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, maybe you can tell them to free Shamu next.
All right, that's all the questions I got for you guys. Staff, so a couple of years ago, the reason actually I brought up the whole issue with the Not a Laser project is we got $50,000 put aside from them. And one of the things that we talked about, or that I wanted to have happen actually, was to allocate that 50 grand towards this particular project. Could we do that as part of this? Make it
You could direct us to bring back that as a budget consideration, and we could either at mid-year or as part of the May budget proposal, we could discuss that. You couldn't take that action tonight. We would need a 4/5 budget modification to do that. We could I imagine the money was deposited in the Tidelands. I don't remember if it was set aside or sequestered. I think it was just part of the license fee that we may have collected from Northrop for the work. So, but if, we could go back and tie it to that license fee, and certainly the Tidelands would be the logical source of appropriation here.
Right. Okay. So I'd like to make an amendment to that motion to direct staff to come back during mid-year budget cycle and appropriate the $50,000 from that project to this particular project to get this going sooner.
Sure.
Is a seconder with that? Okay.
Sure.
All right. Perfect. All right, guys. We got public comment. Anyone else? Don't worry. Mark will come down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't leave, but.
Mark Hansen, King Harbor voter. It's not going to surprise you that I rise in strong support of this. This feels great. Okay, I'm the one who asked you to put it on the strategic plan. So I've been involved with this now for almost 20 years. When I was raising my granddaughter almost 20 years ago, she was part of the cleaning crew, which means, of course, she cleans one tank, Grandpa cleans the other tank. So I've been very hands-on with that project. About 3.5 years ago, I walked the harbor, similar to the walk you just heard about, from north to south with a waterfront staff, harbor commissioners, a scientist from Fish and Wildlife, and a representative from Hubs. And as we walked that, it's deja vu, because I went with them on this recent walk, and it was almost the exact same thing. As we walked, as we got to the Harbor Patrol, we said, I'll get kind of excited. Well, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. And this time I was kind of calming them down. Well, just wait on your decisions till you finish. And sure as heck, they get down to Basin 3 and they go, this is the best. Yeah, so it was really fun watching almost an identical walk. And thank you so much, Councilman Narenheim, for your great memory, because I was going to nudge the memories and not know if anybody remembered it. So it's just absolutely great that you still remembered that money. Yeah, I actually just looked at the October 2019 Northrop Grumman item that came to you guys, and it was put into Tidelands. Yeah, it was just supposed to be put in Tidelands. And then I absolutely, had remembered those follow-on discussions, which I've been madly looking for it. I can't find it in print, but we all know, that discussion was had as, hey, why don't we direct it over there, since we already had 2.7 million from OB. So this is just great news. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up, anyone else want to come down and speak? Anyone else? Any Zoom comments? All right. All right. Any other further discussion? No? None? All right. All in favor? Aye. No one opposed. Perfect. Thank you. So we are on to item N3. N3, discussion and possible action regarding memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and Police Officers Association for a pay raise. Fantastic. Do we have any police here? No?
Just the chief.
Just the chief.
Whose pay is not.
Who's not represented, by VOA.
Good evening. This item represents the conclusion of our recent negotiations with the Police Officers Association. We met and conferred with the group since September and have come to agreement on a new 3-year contract that will run from January 2023 through December 2025. The key deal points include the following. Upon ratification, officers and sergeants will receive a 6% base salary increase upon adoption, along with a transfer of 12.4% of education incentive pay into their base salary, which results in a net 18.4% increase to base salary. They'll subsequently receive a 3% increase in January 2024 and another 3% increase in January 2025. Members will also receive increases to their monthly health contributions based on enrollment, with $50 a month for employee only, $100 per month for employee plus one, and $150 per month for family enrollments in each year of the agreement. Most importantly, members have also agreed to a residency requirement where they must live within a Southern California county and be able to respond to the city within 4 hours by car. The total fiscal impact of the agreement will be $596,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year and $1.19 million for the first full calendar year, but these costs will be covered by operational savings due to existing personnel vacancies in the police department budget. With that, staff recommends that council approve the attached MOU and is open for questions.
And two other things I'd like to make. Thank you, Diane, for your hard work on this and working with our Officers Association. We're pleased with the outcome here. We had one goal going into this negotiation cycle, and that was to bring our police officers and sergeants into market. As we determined through our recent salary surveys, we were well below median values with our neighboring and benchmark cities. This contract does bring us to the median. It doesn't bring us well beyond the median. It doesn't take us to the 75th percentile or the top of our local benchmark communities. But important because right now, hiring officers is tougher than it's ever been. The police officer position, the sergeant position are two of the most difficult, and we demand and ask a lot from our officers. And recruiting in a very competitive field is a challenge. All of our neighbors are feeling these. Very proud of the officers that we have brought in and will retain by way of this contract once it's approved. So it's an investment. There's no denying that. It's a significant cost, as Diane just laid out for you. But it is a commitment, I think, into our community's future. And I do truly view this as an investment in our local police force, not necessarily an expense. So that's our recommendation this evening, and we're pleased to make it.
Thank you. So is this the biggest increase that we've given out?
This is in terms of a single year contract increase. Over the span of 3 years, we've had comparable total amounts on a 3-year contract basis, but this initial front year load is the largest single year over year change I can recall here. We've had 3-year contracts with 4.5% or 5% COLAs, but I don't recall a 6% base salary increase with these extra incentives that we have in this contract.
Yeah, awesome. You know, policing is has become extremely difficult out there. So I'm more than happy to support this and move forward with this. Wish we got this done, months ago, but that's part of the process. And I think it's important that we not only stay competitive, but we understand that, we want to have quality officers here, and that's going to cost some money, some time. So looking at other cities around us, it's important that we're up there. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for negotiating this agreement. We appreciate it, as well as the association. Tough negotiations, but you guys came together. It was a lot of give and take. The residency requirement part of it was something that I really appreciated. I know, police chief and his team appreciates that. And I just want to send a message to our residents that we do take good care of our employees, especially our police and fire. Public safety is very important to our city. They've been there with us and kept us safe. And when we're able to, we compensate people well to be competitive in the market, make sure that they keep up with cost of living increases. And the other thing I might mention is this is the second 3-year agreement. The first one was 3 or 4 years, I recall. The first one that just expired was 3.
I think it was 3. It might have been 2.5 or 3. Yeah.
It was 3. So this is the second in a row. That's actually pretty good. Rather than a 1-year agreement, 3-year agreement shows our commitment. It's good to have labor peace. I think we show our employees that we really appreciate them and compensate them to be competitive. So again, thank you again to staff. Thanks for the association for coming along with us, and thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said so far. This is the first negotiations that I entered into as a city council member. While I practice employment law, that's very different than labor law. And I'll say this, that I'd heard from residents that they wanted to see more police officers on their streets, more patrol, more enforcement and the like. And I also heard that, we were struggling recruiting because this is a very difficult recruiting environment. So I'm very proud. I'd hoped that we'd got this done by the end of last year, but I realize now why I didn't, just because of sometimes we didn't even make it back to closed session or get to this item in closed session. I'd like to thank the Police Officers Association because I felt like they were partners in this negotiation. We all had the same goal, which was to get the police officers to median, get them more competitive pay so they could also recruit more fellow police officers. And what I'll say additionally, and that's how we reached this point where I think we'll have unanimous agreement of the council. But I'll say additionally that I think this is the most difficult time potentially ever to be a police officer in Southern California, or maybe even in the entire United States. Just yesterday, I saw a video on Instagram on Faces of LAPD where a guy who's a double amputee in a wheelchair stabs a person in the neck with a knife, rolls away from the police, go chase after him. Eventually they get him off the wheelchair. He hobbles away, gets away, and then is brandishing the knife, and then turns back to the police officers like he's either going to throw the knife or swing at them, and then he gets shot. Of course, there's lawsuits threatened and the like, but I don't think any one of us wants to be in the position of that police officer to make that call as to whether to fire the firearm or not. While everybody can second guess whether firing that gun was necessary or not. And then they count the number of bullets as if, they should have fired fewer. So in any event, it's a tough time. We support our police officers. We hope you stay here serving the city of Redondo Beach because the residents do love you. Thank you.
If I could add just one thing.
Real quick.
One of the reasons why we're able to afford this raise was we restructured our unfunded pension liabilities. That was a structural debt of over $2 million a year, I believe. We're saving $100 million over 28 years. That allows us to be able to compensate our police and to put more police out on the street. So I think, kudos to Budget and Finance as well as staff for bringing that to us. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I think my colleagues have said it all that's necessary on this. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt by title only resolution number CC 2302021, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025.
Second. Okay, no more council comments. Members of the public.
Good evening, members of council, Mayor Pro Tem, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach, candidate for city treasurer. Wanted to highlight a couple of things. One, it's really nice to have an ability to hire, train, and retain our police officers. It's very important for continuity. It's very important to know the person who's working next to you at the job and maintaining that sort of solidarity within the police force, I think is really good. It's very different with this council from councils in the past. 10, 12 years ago, we had councils that had terrible relations with our groups. They were breaking out into open session, war with the city manager, war with the council. The council was cutting pay for our police officers and fire associations. So it's nice to have labor peace. It's nice to have a council that supports all of that. I would highlight something that Mr. Lowenstein said, which is we can be proactive. We can do big things. Reject the idea that we're good at making plans, but not good at having things get done. Reject the idea that we can't be proactive. And refinancing, restructuring of our pension debt to save $100 million is an excellent example of that, to free up funds for our personnel, to retain our police officers, public safety, to improve and increase our capital improvement projects. These are things that can be done. And you work with your commissions. I was grateful to be on the Budget and Finance Commission when this happened, as the chairman to start it, and then continuing along when it was presented to us. So I'm very grateful for this contract, very grateful to retain our police officers, very grateful for—
Members from the public want to come down? Any Zoom or e-comments?
We have no Zoom. We have no e-comments.
Okay, so my only last thing I'll say here is that this new contract includes new languages such as Portuguese, Farsi, German, and French.
Oh, yeah.
I was like pointing that out because when you are able to speak another language, it makes your brain think in a different way. And regardless of what language that may be, that gives you an ability to connect with people in a different way. If you might not use it, you might use it once, you might use it 1,000 times, but it's your ability to think and connect with the people in the public. You never know who you're going to run into. So, no more council comments unless Councilmember MD, you have your hand up still, or?
No.
Oh, okay. No more public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2302-021, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2020.
Just to make sure, if you're here for the public hearing, L1, there's still 3 more discussion items before we get to that public hearing, just FYI.
All right. Discussion and possible action. Approval of agreement for the design services with Nuvis Landscape Architecture for the renovation and rehab of Seaside Lagoon not to exceed $3.1 million for the term February 7th. Today through December 31st, 2028. So we were doing this thinking we were going to overlap back in August, I think. July, August. And now here we are in February. So
Here we are.
Thank you very much for getting here on it soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. It is good to be back to be talking about improvements to our waterfront again. So as you all know, the revitalization of our waterfront has been forefront for many city initiatives, most recently the adopted King Harbor Amenities Plan. Quick little background, it was adopted in October of 2022 that includes over 40 individual projects to improve our amenities out in the waterfront. This is actually the first out of the gate since adoption of that plan. It actually accomplishes 2 of the identified short-term projects within the plan, which is the renovation of the Seaside Lagoon and the design of the entire length of our waterfront pedestrian promenade. Now, the amenities plan was implemented based on community outreach and is considered a guiding document to help any future project of those 40 identify what the community wants. And then as an example, the plan did listen to the community and identified certain needs for Seaside Lagoon to be more of a year-round venue. So to accomplish that, the community agreed that we should, 1, fix the water discharge, that's that issue right now. But 2, create a lagoon, great lawn, a lap pool, new restrooms, a community center, really anything that lets you utilize the site maybe during the cold winter months. So this is where we actually get to design those elements, take a look at, what actually fits on the site given site sizing constraints and building on sand, and just really getting the actual experts in the room to understand that we're not just doing conceptual drawings anymore. We want to actually do construction-ready drawings. So as I mentioned earlier, in addition to the lagoon itself, this process will design that pedestrian promenade that I mentioned. This is the pedestrian-oriented walkway that connects moles B, C, and D. It's supposed to be wide, beautiful, full of landscaping, lighting, has, consistent wayfinding. And this project will not only design that entire yellow strand that you see on this picture here, but it'll actually construct the portion that fronts Seaside Lagoon. And then as other projects come in line down the road over the years, they'll take the rest of the conceptual designs that front their individual projects and be able to construct their portion thereof. Much like you would if you were a private developer and you have to, construct your portion of a sidewalk or right of way. So the process itself, the way that we got to this chosen finalist, staff was directed to draft an RFP for the lagoon in September of 21. We prepared that and it was ultimately approved by council in May of 22. What we did was we took a targeted approach. We went out to specific firms that had experience with this kind of scope of work. That included pure engineering firms, pure landscaping, pure planning, and then firms that had a combination of all 3 or 2. We posted it on the RFP. It was posted on the city website as well as the American Planning Association marketplace. Ultimately, we did distribute the copy directly to 15 firms, and in addition to our website and the APA. The deadline to submit was July 25th of 22, and we ended up receiving 3 comprehensive responses. They were from MIG with Pace Engineering, SWA Group with Moffitt and Nicole, which should be familiar because SWA was contracted to design our amenities plan. And then, of course, Nuvis Landscape Architecture with Pace Engineering. So on the left-hand side is the firm that was the lead on all of these, and on the right side is the engineering firm that supports that effort. They all had one of those components in their submittal. Of note, Pace Engineering, which is a well-respected and renowned for water-based engineering, which is key here for the lagoon, was involved in 2 out of the 3. So we had a selection committee to review the responses, and that committee was comprised of myself, our Public Works Director, Ted Simon, Community Development Director, Brandy Forbes, Community Services Director, Cameron Harding, and representing the City Manager's Office was Elizabeth House. So the 5 of us were really charged with reading through the proposals, and we made a decision to conduct oral interviews with two of those teams. And after the interviews, we reconvened as the selection committee and unanimously agreed that the Nuvis team was our preferred finalist. The Nuvis team, and I'm happy that Perry Cardoza, president of Nuvis, is here with us tonight because he can probably represent himself and his team a little better than I can. But what was impressive with this team, as noted by the selection committee, was just specifically how well they were qualified in everything regarding water-based engineering, structural engineering, and civil engineering. Their written proposal and follow-up interview displayed such an incredible amount of knowledge and experience with this facet. Obviously, constructing anything on sand and close to water requires this kind of know-how. But in addition to the engineering, they had a diverse and broad range. They had work that they've done internationally. They have an environmental consultant, a renowned architect. It just was well-rounded, and it showed on their comprehensive scope of work. So just a couple of examples of what they've been involved with. This is the Magic Johnson Park in Alhambra. River Islands Lagoon in Lathrop. Desert Color Lagoon, which was also a water quality project in St. George, Utah. A little more local, the Lake Forest Veterans Park project. The Long Beach City College Aquatic Center. The Owens Lake Land Art and Habitat in Inyo County. Port of Long Beach, they did some redevelopment there.
That's industrial, yeah.
Yeah, and this is an international one, Discovery Island in Qatar. So really, you can see just the experience that they bring to the table. We really wanted an international firm, and I think we got one. In terms of next steps and scope, they would begin with a project kickoff meeting and start with that public outreach. That public outreach would build upon what we already know about the amenities plan. We know that the community wants certain elements. It's going to be about, how do you want it designed? What are the spatial needs? Outreach does include 3 workshops and 3 pop-up events. In addition to that, they'll be meeting with a subcommittee of the Harbor Commission. We've got allotted 6 times to meet with them, and then of course they can meet with staff whenever they want. The overall idea here is to perform 2 design options. One is a complete overhaul, and it's the more costly option, and the other is a remodel. Both would actually fix that discharge issue that we're experiencing, and both would design the waterfront promenade walkway. It's just the lagoon itself would differ in terms of the amount of funding needed. They would return to City Council with those 2 design options based on community feedback, and essentially look for an ultimate decision and direction on which option to pursue. Now, obviously, there is cost estimates that would go with this, so costing would be a big parameter in your decision, and they would be prepared to kind of go through the pros and cons of including certain elements versus others. So once they got direction from council on a preferred option, they'd start that environmental analysis, seek entitlements, get coastal commission review and approval, then take a look at the conceptual drawings and convert those to construction-ready documents. They'd actually help us procure some sub-consultants for the construction, and they would actually oversee construction. So this is kind of a farm-to-table process here. That's why the term is such a great length. And here's a breakdown of just the anticipated term. In total, we expect it to be 5 years and 2 months or so. We've added a few months there just to kind of give us some buffer with regards to coastal commission, to name one, and probably construction, just the constraints of building on sand, just to deal with delays. So really, we would like you to approve the agreement for consulting services with Nuvis tonight. The not to exceed total is $3,112,534. And again, that term starts tonight and would extend to December 31st, 2028. I am here to answer any questions you may have on the agreement, as is Perry Cardoza, president of Nuvis.
A couple extra points I'd like to make. Thank you, Greg, for all the hard work on this. We are dealing with a difficult circumstance with the existing Seaside Lagoon, as you all know. We are up to now, typically on average, an annual fine expense of over $200,000 from the Water Quality Board for discharge into the ocean. That's under the auspices of a temporary schedule order, or time schedule order, that's allowing us to operate at a reduced limit under our MPDS permit for the facility. So this is as much as this feels like a nice to have, this is a need to have. We need to move on from water discharge in the lagoon, and that is first and foremost what has to be accomplished from a reconstructed facility. And that's precisely why you're seeing the two fundamental options in design. And that's part of what drives the cost here, is we're not just seeking final plans and specifications for a brand new reconstructed facility. We're also seeking plans and specifications potentially that would allow us to proceed with a remodel of the existing space that might be more cost effective in the event that we're not able to fundraise to the full extent of reconstruction. These aren't cheap expenses, as you've heard us estimate the total cost of reconstruction to be potentially more than $30 million. It's not uncommon to see a design contract that would cost roughly 10% of that amount. That's very typical in the industry. We're actually seeing a cost less than that amount due to the incorporation of the waterfront promenade design elements that are part of this as well. So we're grateful for the $10 million from the state that we're able to use to leverage and pay for this very expensive first step in the process. But it is necessary for us to eventually get a new Seaside Lagoon. There is no way around it. This is not an expense that we can shave. This is not an expense that we can avoid. It's a necessary part of our capital project process. And when you look at the fact that this also incorporates coastal development permitting and all the environmental analysis that you all know is very rigorous in Tidelands areas, I think it's quite a fair price. So there have been questions in the community about the waterfront promenade. Exactly what does that entail as part of this process? How does that relate to what we're doing here? That's a small part of this. We are leveraging the state grant to the extent possible to fund the promenade construction in front of the lagoon. We view that as part and parcel to the overall project when the time comes. It's difficult to construct the two independent of one another when you've got elevation changes and hydrology issues and the like. So we see synergy there. And in fact, we're actually leveraging that synergy, I think, to extend cost and value throughout the waterfront by also expediting that broader design that will be the template for our improvements along other portions of the water's edge. So I think it's creative, and I think it's actually cost effective, and it helps us expedite other work that we'd like to see done ultimately as part of this waterfront public amenities plan. So it's a big thank you to Greg for spearheading the teamwork and for Nuvis for reaching out. We're happy to see such an internationally acclaimed firm be a partner here with this, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. I got a couple quick questions. How are we paying for this? Can you get a little more specifics?
Specifically, the $10 million state grant we received, we actually went back to the Department of Parks and Rec to confirm that we could use that $10 million for design and plans and specifications. They have approved that in our funding agreement, and they fully appreciate and recognize that we will be paying for this contract through that grant. Now, there's a small portion of conceptual design work for waterfront promenade work beyond the Seaside Lagoon adjacency that we will likely charge to the Tidelands, but that is in the probably $200,000 range of this overall aggregate amount. So that we would need to leverage as part of our other capital sources. But the beautiful thing here is the lion's share of this, the vast majority of this $3 million expense going to be paid for by the state grant. And mind you, over a very extended period of time. This is a multi-year agreement and will allow for tranches of that expense over that 5-year period.
And the only portions of which is not, that grant money is not paying for this is coming from or is paying for, like you said, the waterfront, or
Just
the
that
promenade.
pre-concept work, yep.
Right.
It's a very
And
small
that's-
component.
And that's coming out of the Tidelands Fund, which
Yes.
is state funds.
Exactly.
Regardless.
Yeah.
So add some little bit more clarity on this. When you said the state is fining us. Well, the state's not fining us. The state is fining itself because we don't own this. This area is in the Tidelands, and the Tidelands, so everyone understands, is owned by the state of California, and they have entrusted us to run this and update it and move it forward. So when they fine us for this, they're really just fining themselves.
Just a fellow department, really. They're fine.
Yeah, they're just like a money transfer from one department, and we're like the mediary.
Yeah.
So, and I want to, it's funny, but I do want to reassert that point. Everyone understands this is state lands that was created in 1935. It's from a little line that was drawn. It's created but when we built the harbor. So this is the state owns and runs this. We are doing the state a favor. This is a regional amenity. And while the numbers look high and we're going to get a lot of money from the state moving forward on this, it is a regional amenity. Over 80% of the people who go to Seaside Lagoon come from outside of Redondo Beach. And that's a big number, and I really want to hark on that because that's a draw for both our harbor. We can do that for year round in our harbor. And it's opportunities for people who haven't seen the ocean or able to swim in the ocean in a safe swimming environment, like down at the beach, that they can come down to this area and be a nice chlorinated pool. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. It's really setting the proper foot forward movement. I remember going over a dozen times showing you and dozens of times the 2008 concepts that were shown. I think you were the director of community services back in 2008.
Early master planning efforts, yes. And you're absolutely right. This is as unique a coastal resource as there is. There's nothing like the Seaside Lagoon anywhere else, arguably in the world, certainly not in California. And it is a truly state amenity that we need. It's really our charge to cherish and do what we can to rehabilitate and provide for all.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. This is the fun stuff. This is when you get to do, I want to.
Yeah, I gotta get something for you.
Okay, cool. This is the fun stuff. This is when we get to do the long-term planning for the harbor area. I think we all look forward to getting stuff done down there. We've been kind of hamstrung. I guess my first question, and you're probably going to guess what it is 5 years. That's a long time. And I know 5 years goes like with the blink of an eye, but most of us won't be here in 5 years in terms of. So is there any way to speed this up? I know we've got Coastal Commission. I know it takes forever. But didn't we talk about something about the range of like 2024, 2025 for some reason when we talked about the harbor amenities plan?
Well, I'll let Greg speak to that, but what I can tell you is the final design of this and bringing that back and this council being, a participant in that, we think that will occur certainly within the year.
Correct.
When we talk 5 years, we're talking environmental analysis, permitting, bidding, construction.
Yeah.
And, even if we had a design tomorrow, if we had plans and specifications, we were ready to go out. We all know how long that takes to fully execute.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you got to really add 2 to 2.5 years for permitting and environmental. It's just building in this type of environment doesn't get any more challenging or complex.
And we're
under our state
anticipating
rules.
construction itself to be about 1.5 years, just because of building on sand. It's difficult.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was afraid that was the news you were going to give me.
Yeah, we'll do everything we can to keep it moving, and obviously it starts, with design, and then hopefully we can stay on schedule with that, maybe accelerate that some, and accelerate each component of this, and do something under 5 years. But, what we're trying to do here is manage some level of expectations, and this is a fairly realistic
Yeah.
timeline.
Okay. I appreciate that. Could we light up 1A?
You say?
There we go. One of the things I wanted to show folks was, this is something, there's a company called Mirtha Pools. You're familiar with it, Mr. Witzansky. They have actually built something to me that looks very, promising in Spain, called La Reserva Club Soto Grande. And it's pretty neat. To me, this is what it could be, potentially. The area could be shallow pool, low entry.
Zero depth.
Yeah, zero depth entry. And beyond that, I love the idea of a lap pool. That's what I hear from so many people. We don't have a lot of aquatic centers in our area. And I don't know how big this was. I forgot, but it was actually smaller than the Seaside Lagoon area. So, I'm sure that Nuvis will come up with, some interesting sketches and things that we can do. But I think this is something the type of thing that we can shoot for and make it, quite nice. Right now it's very 60s-ish, nothing.
Be nice.
And the 60s was a great time for, period. I was barely alive then, but, I think we can dream big here, and it'd be great to rebuild it, but rebuild it really nicely, because this is something that we hope will be around for another 60 years. And I'd like to shoot for something big because, it's like you said, it's a gem. There's so many people that come. This is what some of the people that come, this is their only experience in Redondo Beach. This is what they come and enjoy. And we'd love to not only attract people from around the LA Basin, but people in our city and people from the South Bay. I really want them to come and enjoy this and not just have kids' birthday parties. I want people to hang out here and really enjoy it. And I think there's a real promise down here. So I just wanted to share that with some folks so they could see one of the examples of what a seaside lagoon would look like in another country, for example.
Absolutely. I think it's a great example, and one I think that I imagine Nuvis is familiar with. And that's the beauty of having a firm like Nuvis that has international experience. The sky is the limit. You asked us to come out and do an RFP to find a quality firm that can help us get to something like this. We believe we've done that, and then the hard work begins. So
super. Thank you.
Nuvis, do you want to come down and speak?
Thank you.
I was wondering who that guy was.
Ask man.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure working with Greg this duration in coming up and also the Harbor Commission to brainstorm ideas and to gather some of this information, the long-term information that we have found on this particular project and the community's input over many, many years, maybe even decades of information that we will go through. Councilman Lowenstein, on that particular project in Spain, here's what I would suggest and look at. Although the initial beauty of that project is striking, there were some big safety issues that jumped at me with that project, in particular blind spots for children hiding or not being able to be visible as seen behind some of those walls. Mm-hmm. So as we design the ins and outs and design for those blind spots, I didn't see any lifeguard stations in those pictures as well. But we'll be very cognizant of when we design, we're not looking strictly for the beauty. That will be, the aesthetics will be a driver, but also safety has to be a consideration. One of the things on projects like this is really the infrastructure and the importance of that infrastructure. So a mass majority of that construction budgets we'll probably never see because it'll be underground. And that's really the important part and the aspect and the technicality of this project. So when we design as a team, we have 11 sub-consultants under us that have years and decades of expertise in these projects. We'll bring all those together. This is going to be a very open design process. We know that we have a lot of community looking at this. We have you, we have the Harbor Commission. We have a lot of folks that are going to be involved, and we're a very transparent design firm. We've been in existence for over 50 years now. My father started the firm back in '71. I've been involved with Nuvis and landscape architecture for 40 years. So between those years of experience, dealing with community, trying to gather the best information that we can, because if this is truly a collaborative, then the community buys in, it's going to be a much a greater success, I think, because they'll be a part of the design process and we're not going to be in a vacuum. And I think that's one of the fulfilling things as being the landscape architect of record on this project, is seeing it all the way through and having the community and grand opening. Hopefully it's sooner than 5 years. We will be pushing for that the best that we can. There's some things that will be out of our hands, but the things that we can do, we're going to do and make sure that this community can enjoy this facility as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to pull this out and show this to everyone real quick before we go into Councilmember Baji. This is back from 2008, and this is a design concept by Body Glove. It included a wave pool, a sand beach, a regular pool, a lazy river with lockers, and learn to dive classrooms, and a cabana area, hang out on the beach. This was done in 2008, I want to say it was, 2009, 2010, right in there.
I don't know how we were ever going to possibly fit that inside of 4 acres.
But it's something that I just want to show. I got this a couple of years ago in 2017 when I moved into the office in the back. And I've had this with me ever since. And this has been one of my guiding factors moving forward, get something like this moving forward. And I've showed it to a lot of people, and few people remember it. And a lot of people have been really inspired by it, and I think it's important to see where we've come from the past in history. So, Councilmember Baji.
All right, I think you got Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim's vote when you said lifeguard tower. But I kind of agree with what Councilmember Lowenstein was saying, in that if we do something fantastic, it'll be a tourist draw, really. So I wanted to ask staff about whether the overhaul versus remodel decision. Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, my initial thoughts are, I've been at Beach Life where the sand is because it's such light sand that it's getting kicked up and essentially creating a dust storm sort of deal. Yet when I'm on, Hermosa Beach sand, no matter how crowded it gets, I don't really see that kind of dust up. So that makes me inclined to see if we get a more natural feeling sand for the area, because you go from Hermosa Beach to Redondo Beach with similar sand, and then there's this totally different sand in the Seaside Lagoon. Other than that, I heard the Mayor Pro Tem describe chlorinated pool. I'd hope we can do something else like a saltwater or bromine, I don't know what they use these days, type pool. That's a little more natural feeling than chlorine, but I do realize that there's a need for sanitation, so I'm not sure how effective those are for public pools. So thoughts on overhaul versus remodel? Does staff have a recommendation?
Well, I think that's the beauty here. Rather than give you a firm determination on that now, we wanted the design process to help inform the pros and cons of those two options, right? At the end of the day, the remodel option is really there to safeguard against a scenario where we just simply can't fund the facility, but we are still staring at the reality that we need to remodel the space and eliminate our discharge. The way to do that is to have a fallback plan that conceivably could be phased. I mean, that's another reality here, is there might be a way to evaluate this in tranches and fund initial infrastructure improvement that can be built upon as more funds are identified. So we just wanted to ensure that we not design a wonderful, the proverbial white elephant that is so expensive that we just simply can't get it done and executed, because we know we don't have that option here eventually. But at the same token, we didn't want to foreclose on the dream, on the ultimate solution. And we want to be able to fundraise with pretty pictures and a clear understanding of what the benefits would be if such a facility were constructed, that we can go out and try to chase additional resources.
And is this in the tidelands or the uplands?
It's 90% in the tidelands, a little bit of the facilities in the uplands.
Okay, so why is that a kind of an issue that was flagged, that 200,000 would be charged to the tidelands when 90%
Well,
of it's being charged?
the key is no. The issue that's being flagged is, I want everyone to understand, we're leveraging the state grant first and then our tidelands resources as a last resort.
Okay,
That's the fundamental point to take away there. And we're thrilled that State Department of Parks and Rec is allowing us to actually use the grant this broadly. I mean, they could have made a determination, oh no, that's only for construction only. You guys are on the hook for design. They didn't. They allowed us to actually execute a contract like this through those grant funds. And that was through a funding agreement amendment and talking with our partners in Sacramento. So it's a good news solution for us.
All right, cool, thank you. Do you have any, Mr. Nuvis?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any kind of intuitions as to where you think, what your vision is for this site? What you think the best use and best design is?
So we're going to look at both options very closely. I think that because so much pre-work had been done, we don't want to dismiss the years of where we are to this point. So we're going to absorb what's there, but also have an open mind for the blue sky solution. So renovation is going to be very, I don't say cut and dry, but we're going to try to stay within the parameters of budget conscious. When we look at then a blue sky approach where we have a clear canvas of what we can do based on the community's input, then that's where the creative, fun experimental designs will come into place. We'll go through maybe a dozen or so renditions of what this could look like based on programming needs. What's the population? What's the demographic? We know that we have Measure M that we have to look at. So we have an acre of water. We have to have certain considerations that we're going to dial into this. Restroom facilities, maybe outdoor classroom areas, a large lawn area that can be fenced off so it's more year round. Maybe the lap pool doesn't have to be a traditional rectangle within the natural shape of the lagoon. Why can't we meld those two together so there's not two distinct,
right? That was going to be my next
statements.
question is, do you think that we're trying to do too much by having a full lap pool and then next to a lagoon, and we'll achieve both kind of in a mediocre fashion rather than achieve one in a really excellent fashion?
I don't think so. I think that will come out in the design process. When we start designing and bringing our team together to problem solve, I think we're going to come up with some really interesting concepts and takes on that. I don't have any preconceived ideas of what this is going to look like, because then it tends to be too
narrowing.
Yes, exactly. And so what we're going to do is take those programming needs, sit in a room with our consultants and just have some fun. And that's when the creativity portion is going to happen. And you'll see some really interesting design concepts to choose from.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
A motion to approve?
Any other members of the public want to come down and speak to this item? Any Zoom comments?
No Zoom or e-comments for this item.
Second.
Okay. Yeah, that pool, fantastic. It'll be used year round. And you put a pool down there with 10 or 15 feet, whatever it may be, you will definitely get scuba divers coming there to do their checkout practicing. It'll be a big, big hit. I can guarantee you that, actually. I know a lot of agencies that will come down and use that, because there's no pool in the area that will be allowed to do that.
And it'll bring parents who want to drop their kids off at the lagoon and that want to swim themselves.
There's only money for 4 feet.
4 feet.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Hilarious.
I can't help but think of an adage my mom once said, champagne tastes on a beer budget. That's the one thing we got to remember.
Nothing wrong with that.
We got to remember
High
that.
quality.
Yeah.
If we can swim with white sea bass, you can even charge.
There you go.
There you go. Right.
They charge extra for that. If you bring one home, we'll charge you triple.
Swim in sushi.
So if you catch one, we'll charge you triple. Okay, motion on the floor. No other members of the public. Any other discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, passed unanimously. All right, onwards to item N4.
Good job, guys, getting a good contract.
And I like your construction schedule on the whole thing, by the way. It was very well broken down.
As painful as it was.
I bet it was. And the community
We
meetings
were
in there?
anticipating Todd's question, yes.
I saw the community meetings. I meant to bring it up with the community meetings and everything, all that stuff, but yeah, we would move on. All right, so acting finance director, Lori.
Yeah, I'm going to handle this one tonight.
Oh, okay.
Given, the gravity and the other items that are on the agenda, I'll keep this one short. As we adopted the budget this past June, we were anticipating as part of that final motion that we'd have at this time, when we were looking at our year-end designations and final year-end preliminary fund balances, about $2 million of unallocated general fund money. The good news is we were a little short on that estimate. In the current analysis, we anticipate that we'll have about $4.2 million remaining following our traditional set-asides for our 8.33% general fund contingency, our encumbrances, purchase orders, typical designations and carryovers, and the money that we have to set aside for our CalPERS reserve account based on last year's appropriations. In part, we were a little bit higher than what we anticipated because our transient occupancy taxes performed a little better than expected. Our recreation user fees performed a little better than expected, and we continued to do very well in both sales tax and property tax, which we had adjusted upward at mid-year and anticipated at a fairly high mark coming into the budget, but we're conservative as we were in that COVID planning stage. So it was a pleasant surprise, but it was a somewhat anticipated surprise. We spent a lot of general fund money that was expected to be available as part of the final budget motion, a little over $8.5 million, roughly. So that money has also been drawn from this general fund contingency amount. So what we're really talking about tonight, if you assume the traditional carryovers, is what to do with that roughly $4.2 million. And you'll recall, this is the beginning of our setting and finalize our annual comprehensive financial report. The council has to make these designations before our outside auditing firm and our finance team can finalize what used to be the CAFR and now the ACFR and prepare that document for your final review and approval. Also reviewed, of course, by the audit subcommittee that's prepared and worked through with the treasurer's office, the clerk's office, et cetera. So tonight's discussion is really how do we designate these funds? My recommendation of the $4.2 million is that we set the traditional $1 million aside for future general fund capital planning that we would actually allocate more specifically as part of the May and June budget discussion. We set $160,000 aside to pay for election costs this year. We've not had not one, but two elections, so we need a little bit of extra funding there. And then third, and this is, I think, the most critical recommendation, is that we set $3 million aside and add it to the CalPERS Reserve Fund, which has just under $5 million in it now, bringing that total to $8 million. And that we retitle that CalPERS Reserve Fund to express a commitment to a set-aside that is both going to assist with future supplemental unfunded accrued liability charges from CalPERS, but also is money that we can use as bridge funding for employee compensation year over year as we continue to restore structural revenues, whether they be transient occupancy tax from the Marine Avenue hotels or new sources of revenue that will come on board through the construction of the Legato project and the hotel that will eventually open there, or other new retail licenses that might accrue general fund sales tax money, and or the improvements that will occur at the South Bay Social District to create ultimately sustained structural revenue to cover our ongoing employee compensation costs. Because as we've discussed, and we just approved a very significant investment in our Police Officers Association, we're going to have the next couple of years, we're going to have need to draw on this fund to bridge the budget gap and provide a structurally balanced budget, with the goal, of course, of forecasting structural revenues that'll sustain that in the long term. So we're recommending retitling the former CalPERS Reserve Fund, the CalPERS Pension and Employee Compensation and Benefit Reserve Fund. And I have to give a bit of a shout out to the Budget and Finance Commission that in our conversation at our special meeting last month helped work through that title with me. We'd originally discussed leading with sort of employee compensation and benefit. The commission, I think, wisely thought it would be good to continue to maintain the CalPERS reference because that still is a looming cost for us, and to sort of lead with that. So we wordsmith the title that we're recommending here tonight. So these allocations, I can say, are supported by the Budget and Finance Commission. We did talk about it with them at their special meeting in January, and that really summarizes our item tonight. I've got it. I'm here if you got any questions.
Thank you. Real quick, what did you say you guys came up with a name with again on that fund?
The recommended name is the CalPERS Pension and Employee Compensation and Benefit Reserve Fund.
CalPERS Pension, Employee,
and Employee Compensation and Benefit Reserve Fund.
On page 1108 of the
So the
packet.
1108, I looked for it. I was like,
it's also it's the bottom of the executive summary.
on page, not on page 1, page 1108, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, page 2 of the staff report.
I watched the Budget and Finance Commission meeting. I completely agree with them. This is the LAIF account, correct?
No. LAIF is a different, that's an investment account. That's where the treasurer's office stores funds to try to create interest. This is a general fund set aside. It actually sits inside of our general fund, but we actually reserve these funds, much like we do the economic contingency amount, the 8.33% by policy.
And in case we have a budget shortfall, we'll tap into this.
Correct. This becomes a potential source as part of our proposed future budgets. Yes.
Right.
But we couldn't draw from it without subsequent appropriation. So the money would go in there, it would be held there. You would all need to either, during the fiscal year, approve a 4/5 budget modification to tap into it, or as part of our proposed budget in May, and with council adoption in June, appropriate the funds at that time.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree to you about salting it away in the whatever you call it, the CalPERS, or whatever you want to call it now.
Alphabet soup, yeah.
When are we going to do mid-year?
So this will be the first step. Once you make designations, we go back to LSL, our audit firm. They are still working, and I've mentioned this to some of you, they're still working diligently to try to incorporate the new GASB 87 standards into the ACFR. That's a challenge not only for Redondo Beach, for all of our partner cities. LSL has got a lot of agencies that they're still working through their annual report with. We're hopeful that we will bring back the approved, for review and consideration, the final ACFR as part of the March 14th council meeting, and that we would hope to have mid-year as part of your, potentially a meeting at the end of March. Otherwise, it would trail into April. We're just on a very compressed timeframe, given the delay in the ACFR.
Usually mid-year is...
Usually mid-year would be last meeting in April, February, or first meeting in March. But we're about six plus weeks behind because of this GASB 87 standard. And just to remind everybody what that is, we now, under the Accounting Standards Board, have to identify lease assets and leases. And as you know, we have an abundance of leases in Redondo Beach. In fact, I think last count I heard, we might have 140 plus leases that are germane to the GASB 87 standard. That I don't think that's what the Accounting Standards Board was anticipating when they created this rule, but it flows through the entire document. It doesn't really change much in total math, but it does shift the way we have to calibrate some of our funding. And it's been a pain to implement. Should be easier in future years, but this first year, it's a real challenge.
Okay. Great, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember MD.
Actually, I agree with doing all the recommendations for staff. I'd like to kind of fulfill a promise that we made last budget season. Well, let me back up. So thank you for explaining that putting the $3 million into that fund is just a placeholder until we catch up on our TOT, because one of the things we always talk about is that one-time funding should only go to one-time expenses. And so there is a disconnect that you're taking this one-time funding from the savings of the PERS refinancing and putting it into salaries, which is an ongoing expense. So thanks for bridging that gap and making it understand this is just a placeholder till our ongoing funds catches up. And I'm supportive of that because I think we do need to support our employees. But we also made a bit of a promise last budget cycle to the pickleball people, and I would like to take the $45,000 that's left over in there, the unallocated, and put it towards the capital projects towards pickleball. I know it's not going to pay for it, but it almost covers an entire court. To be just one court to be built in off to the side, not encroaching on the tennis. It would be court off to the side. I think it was 53,000 is what it was going to be. Just placehold it there for when you guys revisit capital improvement projects.
Where were you referring to? In Anderson Park or somewhere else?
No, it was Alta Vista. There was when we got the report last year, there was to build a pickleball court outside of the tennis courts, and that was around $50,000 to $60,000. If you added lighting, it was more, but just to build the pickleball court was there. Then remember, it was $600,000 to build the 8 courts at Aviation Park. But since we don't have that, and I support putting it into the employees, I'd like to start funding in the capital improvement projects, putting in money towards pickleball when we can get it in there to show commitment that it's there. I mean, obviously you can change it back out if you need it, but let's make well, not just a commitment, but just to alleviate the fears of the pickleball community that we truly are trying to get those, to commit to building those courts. They're not going to go away. It's growing sport. And I think we need to start looking for ways to put it in there. It's unallocated. It's $45,000. It's placeholder. It's not like it's going away. It's not like we're spending it. It's just putting it into the capital improvement projects for now. That's what I'd like to just add, just again, to give them some kind of support on that.
Yeah, I want to be careful on changing what the recommendations are here. That's just my personal opinion. Are you done?
Well, I didn't change any of the recommendations. All I'm doing is saying, there's an unallocated $47,000, and let's just commit $45,000 to pickleball in the capital improvement projects. You can revisit that when you guys do capital improvement projects in June. You can do that. It's just putting it in there as a placeholder for now, because it's not enough to build the court. It's not quite enough, and you're going to need a little more. And if you put in lighting, it's even more. But I think we need to have it as a placeholder to show that we're committed to investing in pickleball in the future.
Isn't there already 53,000 that's earmarked?
I don't remember that being earmarked.
That was for maybe the improvement.
Because we're restriping. I don't think
That's not a standalone pickleball court. That's just a.
I think that was for striping efforts on existing courts, but I think those are underway.
We're building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 courts, I believe it is. We're not done with those yet, right? Or have we built those yet?
No, we're striping courts. We're not. We're not
striping.
building. Yeah.
We haven't striped those yet, or have we striped those yet?
We had a plan to do it, and I think we changed the color. It's close. It's close.
You done?
Yes.
Councilmember Baji.
Councilmember Remby, I don't know why you're just going for one court at Alta Vista. I thought Aviation Park, that field that's totally unused, and 6 courts and a whole pickleball arena would be awesome. And
I agree. Let's go.
I'd put the whole 47,538 towards that purpose and just start building a piggy bank. And as we just saw with the Artesia Boulevard parking surface that, fund of $750,000, if we do need the money elsewhere, it is not a problem to reappropriate that. But that at least kind of gives some confidence that pickleball is gonna see some light here.
I agree. We just put it as a
We can just put
pickleball.
it towards pickleball. I'd favor that.
I will tell you that there are some entrepreneurs in town who are interested in building large facilities.
Good, and if they do, we can use it somewhere else.
Which is great. I'm actually working with one person on that. So, but I have no issue with.
We haven't got any progress on that, so until we hear some progress on that, there's agendized discussion.
Yeah.
Somebody here in public session, I can't Brown Act with you on that. It is not happening.
I have no issue with earmarking some money for this.
All right. Councilman, all right. Anyone else in public? From the council? Or go to the public?
No, so you read, yeah, go.
All right. Public.
Good evening, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach, candidate for treasurer, Team Eugene. A couple different things to discuss, please. One, just to highlight some of the things Mr. Wazansky said. The replenishment fund from the Marine Avenue Hotels, it's about $3.5 million more that we're going to have towards our TOT. We're about 5.6 million now, and before COVID, we were about 9 million. We're going to have some other hotels coming on, speaking about their structural revenues. The Legato Hotel will be coming online, hopefully the Galleria Hotel coming online, that will significantly increase. So for the 2 to 3 year vision of structural revenues coming in, the bridging that gap, I think, is a great idea. Talking about Councilmember MD's idea, a couple different ideas for that, for the pickleball. One, $1 million is going into the CIP for that, but I think we just got $900,000 from Quimby funds from the Legato Hotel. And if you want to do something at Alta Vista, maybe using Quimby funds for Alta Vista, that would be something that would be closest to the nexus of those funds, which is where you usually spend it rather than as a regional amenity. So consider maybe the Quimby part of it for funding that. The $47,000, give or take, leaving unallocated is going into a reserve fund. And the reserve fund we were down at one point, down around $5.5 million in our reserve fund, where we are now. This will bring us up to over 8 million. Realize $47,000 in a larger scope of things. I wouldn't call it a rounding error because it's a lot of money, but I would consider the idea of what other avenues are there that we can pay for it, that we have ready available funds designed for that, like a Quimby fund, rather than taking it from a reserve fund. Thank you for your time.
Very good point.
No, it's not.
that.
No, it's not.
Mark Hansen, Harbor Amenities Plan Working Group. In all the work we did over there, sometimes that led to a lot of thinking about the pools and the pickleball courts. Some of the feedback that I had that I was open-minded to was, should we put a lap pool in the harbor where it's so cold under the marine layer, or are there better places inland where it's warmer, and maybe do wave pools that are more coastal related at the lagoon site, which then led to, well, where would you put the pool? A pool, and of course, there's been discussion forever about Aviation Park for a potential pool. And during the analysis of all the pickleball courts, there was like 8 different locations for pickleball courts. So having listened to all this stuff, my one man's thought was, well, okay, if you're looking for a highest and best use for each of these areas, do you put the pickleball courts spread out amongst those 8 locations, wherever that's logical? Keep the Aviation Park location for an absolutely premier lap pool in a much warmer area than the harbor, and then potentially do a couple different type of wave pools, as Dive and Surf, had shown. And I got a couple inputs, both for one that has kind of a plunger comes down and makes a toddler pool that knocks your little kids on their butt, and maybe next year they're ready to go to the real beach, and then of course a small actual surfing training pool, because they don't take up much room and we don't have dependable surf in our area. So now 365 days a year, we could teach people how to surf. I love the fact that those wave pools were coastal related. The lagoon was coastal dependent when it was using warm salt water, but it's not coastal dependent anymore. But at least coastal related was we teach both kids and adults with these wave pools. And hopefully, instead of what happens now, the lagoon has long been derided that 80% of those people come from inland, splash around in some warm, non-surging water and go home and never, ever use the coast. So the idea of these surf pools transition people into coastal use, I was open-minded to that one. So anyways, you move the pieces around. There's my one man's thought on pickleball, lap pools, and wave pools. Thanks.
All right. Fantastic. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Any Zoom comments or e-comments? So when it comes to the pickleball thing, I agree with what Commissioner Solomon talked about, we should be using the Parks Quimby funds for that. We got a bunch of money that's coming in, or just came in for Legato project. So I'm more than happy to have that discussion then for Parks, but this is extra funds and we're not going to be able to get this done right now. So we haven't even gotten done the other one. So I'd rather just use the Parks funds for Parks rather than what we're doing here with this 47,000. I love the intent, I love the idea, but I'd rather take care of it when we do everything else properly. Councilmember Baji.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Commissioner Solomon just said insofar as we should use Quimby funds for this and use these funds unrestricted. I guess we could not allocate Quimby funds right now, could we, under this
No.
way this is titled?
No.
All right. So,
We should make a motion
and
to.
I'll just to Mr. Hansen's point, I just, look, I am shocked that the number of projects that are coming up right now are coming up in 2023, this Seaside Lagoon renovation, you know, fixing the public amenities plan, fixing the boardwalk, et cetera. It's like, why didn't this stuff get done before? And I think it's the mentality of, hey, one day we're gonna put a pool there. And the pool's gonna cost $20 million at Aviation Park or $15 million. In the meantime, we're trying to build a pool and a renovated Seaside Lagoon that may cost more than $30 million. We only have $10 million for it. And so we're gonna need $20 more million. And yet people are thinking about building another pool elsewhere. You can't do that. That is antithesis to progress in any one location. You can't try to do everything and have everything everywhere. All right, so we can concentrate on the Seaside Lagoon. We just did that. We just made that commitment to go forward with a company there. I do agree that we need to move forward for a growing pickleball community, especially for our elder residents. Find them space somewhere, and Aviation Park looks perfect. So I'll go ahead with staff's recommendation here, but the first opportunity that comes to allocate some Quimby money to pickleball at Aviation Park, where it's separate and aside from Alta Vista, not taking up your tennis courts, I'll be all about that. And you know what? The new pool would cost so much money that whatever big financier you have in your pocket, Councilmember Lowenstein, can afford to reimburse the $600,000 for the pickleball, scrap it in 5 years down the line, and build a $15 million pool.
So you're basically telling everybody that there will not be a pool by saying that.
I'm saying the pickleball community needs a place to play.
Clearly, and there's, as Mark said, there's 8 places we've identified, and there's 1 place for a pool. So you're basically telling everybody that wants a pool. No, by saying that.
Well, so let's just, can we just put $1,045,000 into the capital improvement projects with $1 million for our regular projects and $45,000 for the pickleball, just to give it as to give them hope to the pickleball community, and it'll be generic for pickleball. Later in the budget, you can then add to it from Quimby. You can not use it in the capital, in the general fund money they're talking about, and just put it, and take it out of Quimby funds. That's a decision you can make in just 2 to 3 months. My point is there's a frustration with the pickleball community that we're not doing enough to help them out. Let's just put this in there as a sign to say, hey, we're thinking of you. Here's a placeholder. We're going to put this in. We'll figure that out. And we will, I have total faith that all of you will figure out how to manage pool and pickleball. I have total faith in you.
I will just say this, that I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of us, but I'm spending a lot of time on trying to get pickleball in this community. I've been talking to individuals. I've been talking to a lot of people. The school board, I'm spending a lot of time talking to individuals. You will not find a better champion than me for pickleball on this console. I can't speak for everybody else, but I can tell you I'm spending a lot of time doing it. So I'm a big supporter. The question is whether or not you have 4 votes tonight to do that is really going to be up to. I would go with it if one other of my council members, I'd say it sounds like Mr. Horvath and Ms. MD are into it, but I would need another 4th vote because it's a 4/5 vote. So depending on what you guys want to do, that's fine. If somebody else wants to go with it, I'll go with it. that's fine. I want to signal to the pickleball community that we're trying to do that. But I do want to let people know that I'm spending a lot of time trying to make this work and talking to private individuals and other folks, even other cities, for this and aquatic stuff. So
I have no doubt.
So,
I
yeah.
have no doubt about
Yeah.
that. I mean, I think we all, Mr. Baji, Councilman Baji, all of us have really want to commit to it. This is just a signal to them that we are serious about it. And I agree. And I believe that the school district is an excellent opportunity to add pickleball courts. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
None of that, we are not in a disagreement at all about that.
yeah, okay. It's really going to be up to my colleagues.
So I fully agree with the concept that we need to send them a signal, but the problem with sending them a signal is giving people false hope for something that's not going to happen. I was at Dale Page Park the other day. There's 3 pickleball courts there. There's other pickleball courts in the other areas.
You were at Del Page and you didn't come by and say hi?
Let me
You didn't come
finish.
by and say hi?
I did. It's Pinellas. It was delicious. My point is this: we budgeted we've spent over $100,000 so far for pickleball. We're not even done the striping yet for the 6 of them yet. We're still behind. So we start allocating this money and say, oh, here's some hope. Well, it's not actually going to get done anytime soon. So I'd rather do it right, do it properly. And just so everyone understands how we give false hope, and we've got to be careful with this, is skate park. We just opened up our first skate park in Redondo Beach, and that was after it got closed down. And that was supposed to be the third skate park built. The first one was supposed to be at South Bay Galleria, and then we were supposed to have one in the harbor, and that one's still not built yet.
It's under construction.
What?
It's under construction.
It's under construction. I walked by the other night. Thank you very much.
There's a really cool model of the one at the South Bay Gallery.
It is. It's a pump park, actually, which is even better. And then there's a community garden. The community garden's been working on that for years and years and years. And they got volunteers, they got donors, they're out there working with staff, they're working their tails off. So I just can't have a discussion on CIP tonight and look at this and say, have an honest answer to people and say, we're going to do this, but yet we actually have to do a whole CIP thing and what CIP projects go in front of which, because that actually is a strategic plan item to come back with a strategic plan list of our CIP projects. So,
and just to be clear, the decision tonight, whatever you set aside for capital projects, it goes into the CAP 300 fund for appropriation and specific allocation as part of the budget in May. So you wouldn't be setting the money aside for any one project tonight. Those determinations would be made with the fiscal year proposal.
I've got big plans for pickleball. I know how important it is, and I know Mr. Saltman hit the nail on the head. That's all I'm willing to say and go from there. So any other members of the public that want to speak to this item? Any other Zoom comments?
None.
Councilmember, your light's still up. Do you want to? Okay, we haven't have a motion, so I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations. There's no motion on the floor.
I thought he did.
No. I'll just make a motion to approve staff recommendations. Is there anything else that you need from us for a resolution? Adopt by? Do we?
No. We just need to make sure we got 4/5 vote, and then yeah.
Second.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure. All right, any other comments, public, no? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
All right, fails, 3-2. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation and allocate the additional 47,538 of general fund balance unassigned to the capital program.
Second.
to the capital program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Designate
Yep.
it to a specific project. I think we know
Yeah.
what we'd like it to be designated to.
There you go.
but We're going to designate it there.
All right, very good. Councilmember Horvath with the motion and Councilmember Baji with the second. Any discussion on this? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Okay, we will make those designations accordingly. Thank you.
By title only?
I got to read. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2302-018, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the rebudgeting of department carryover requests and carryover unexpended balances as of June 30, 2022 for donations, grants, and capital projects as amended. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2302-019, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorized fiscal year 2021-2022 transfers between funds and the appropriation of $160,000 for the October 19, 2022 election as amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think I could give this report this time. I saw Jesselyn from Supervisor Mitchell's office today, and she gave me a little bit of update as well. This is the Avenue A ramp that needs to be redone to make full ADA compliancy, and I gave her pictures of another ramp that might need some help sooner than later.
Great. Yeah, so the Avenue A ramp, as we know, a year ago, this last December, had to be closed on an emergency basis just because it was having some collapse and it was not safe. The county is looking at redoing the ramp, but they have had to work through the engineering process. The schedule they provided us is, it'll be this winter. We're in winter. Hopefully they'll be coming with the coastal development permit application for the permanent fix for the project. So we don't necessarily have to come back every 2 months for this. This is the 7th renewal of that emergency coastal development permit as they've been working on the engineering. So hopefully they'll be working through that. Our regulations require that not only that this update of issuing the emergency coastal development permit be done, given as a report at the city council meeting, but it has to be an oral report. So that's why this is a discussion item. So it's nothing new compared to where we were at 2 months ago, except for that the county is working towards their goals of having the permanent plans submitted to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve 7th extension.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any members of the public want to come down and speak about the Avenue A ramp that's going to be redone by the LA County? And it's quite literally falling apart. Oh, do I have the photos on that? Just so you know, I don't know if did I send you the photos on this? The concrete wall, brick wall, actually physically collapsed a few weeks ago. So when we were talking about, when Mayor Brand and I got on this, the concrete wall that leads down about in beginning of January, I want to say, actually physically about 20 feet of it collapsed onto the concrete pathway going down. And if someone would have been working there, it would not have been a good situation. Walking by there, excuse me. All right, no Zoom comments, no one come talk about this. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. So 4-0. Unless Councilmember Baji shows up. All right, thank you. All right, this brings us to item L1. Brandy, how convenient.
And you actually do have the ex parte communications for the 2 public hearings.
Skipped over that. Okay, so ex parte for item L1 and L2. We'll do them all at once. This gives us an opportunity to tell the public who we've been talking to on these items. And I'll go first. Item L1, I actually have not talked to, I talked to staff about it, but no one on the council. Item L2, I think Councilmember Obaji, I talked to him about this, and Mayor Brand and staff, and a couple members of the public, and that is it. Councilmember Lowenstein.
L1, nobody. L2, Mayor Brand.
Councilmember Horvath.
In recent months on L1, no one. L2, no one.
Councilmember Emby.
No
one on anything? Okay.
Uh-uh.
Councilmember Baji, do you have any ex parte items L1 or L2?
Since the last hearing, absolutely nobody on
L1
and L2, also nobody.
Oh, you talked to me.
Except staff.
And you and I talked about it.
Did we?
Yeah.
In Santa Barbara?
Yeah, Santa Barbara.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim, or Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Did you talk to Mayor Brand about it?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, so that's that. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing, please?
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, public hearing is open.
Great. And City Clerk, can you share the presentation? Thank you. Great. So this is the public hearing for amending the Title 10, Chapter 2 and Title 10, Chapter 5, our zoning regarding accessory buildings and dwelling units, and as well for the projections into the required setbacks. We've had this item before City Council multiple times, most recently in December, where City Council decided to move forward with just allowing, this is regarding the air conditioners and allowing air conditioners, mechanical equipment, plumbing equipment in the required setbacks, whether it's the side yard setbacks or rear yard setbacks. We had a conversation in December regarding the noise and the side yard setbacks and mainly the concern there and the enforcement. So City Council directed staff to go ahead and revise the ordinances so that we're just allowing the mechanical and plumbing equipment in the rear yard setback, but no closer than 10 feet from the rear property line. I'm just going to go quickly through this since this is a new public hearing. We want to make sure that we're addressing the full code revisions. We also had the issue about accessory buildings and accessory structures and the distance between those. City Council had already given the direction on this last summer on this, revising the code really to clarify where there is a requirement for separation and really establishing that if there are columns and walls and having that setback. As well, we put in definitions for deck, patio, and really unenclosed decks, really clarifying that, patios and porches, just because that wasn't clear in the regulations. Here is where water heaters had previously been allowed as architectural features. We're obviously going to be moving that under the mechanical and plumbing, so we took that out in this section. Here is where we were addressing the clarifying unenclosed decks, porches, and patios. And we also talk about patio covers as well as we move through the regulation changes, so that we're making sure that we recognize patio covers would be an architectural feature or structure that would be allowed. And as well, if you recall, we talked about, the height of those. And if you had a door that's swinging open is 9 feet underneath a patio cover or other architectural feature going to work. And so the City Council directed us to go ahead and increase that to 10 feet. Oops. Here we are to the main issue when it comes to the air conditioner units. This is for both mechanical and plumbing equipment. So it's really only allowing the mechanical and plumbing equipment in the required rear setback or the required setback between buildings when they're multifamily on a lot. So long as that equipment is located no closer than 10 feet from the rear property line. And that was to address, we talked about what happens if there's an ADU and the rear setback's going to only be 4 feet. So we wanted to make sure it was just a clarification that it's keeping that distance from the rear setback. We did keep the decibel level, both that it should not emit the level greater than 55 decibels or have a manufacturer's rating exceeding 55 decibels. That's measured immediately adjacent to the equipment, not at a distance from the equipment. Certainly, we're going to be looking at our noise regulations and bringing those back to you to really address the decibel levels. And then it's just the screening, so it's from public view. The recommendation, you've opened the public hearing, taken the staff's testimony. You can take public testimony, then you can close the public hearing. The recommendation is to introduce the two ordinances by title only. One is for inland, one is for coastal, and then adopting the resolution to submit the coastal ordinance to the Coastal Commission. And that concludes my presentation.
Right. He's got it.
All right, thank you. There's no lights on from the public. I know this has been quite a long time. Do we have any people with orange cards? No cards. All right. Does anyone want to come down and speak to this item? Really?
Someone on Zoom?
Okay. Okay, someone on Zoom. All right, moving right along. It's going faster than I expected.
Close the public hearing?
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Then,
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
then I would make a motion, because we have discussed this quite extensively, I would make a motion to introduce the following two ordinances and and adopt the resolution as presented by staff.
By title only.
Yes.
All right. Any discussion on, is there a second for that?
Second.
Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously.
Okay. Let's see.
We'll bring that back for adoption in 2 weeks for the inland, and then coastal requires additional notice, so that'll come in March.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have Joseph who put his hand back up.
So public hearing is
Close the
closed.
public hearing. Just close again, yeah.
Okay.
There's
So
no
we can
motion.
talk at the next
Motions are
one.
made. It's
Yep.
fine.
Okay,
Sorry, Nathan.
okay.
All right, do you have to read something?
Yes. So introduction by title only, ordinance number 3252-23, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 2, zoning and land use pertaining to setbacks of accessory structures in residential zones and other projections in all zones, and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3253-23, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 5, coastal land use, implementing ordinance pertaining to setbacks of accessory structures in residential zones and other projections in all zones, and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Adopt resolution number CC-2302-020, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting certification by the California Coastal Commission of amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan, implementing ordinance Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code, consistent with state law, which is intended to be carried out in a manner fully in conformity with the Coastal Act, and providing that the amendments to the city's local coastal program will take effect automatically upon Coastal Commission approval pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 30514 and Title 14, Section 13551 of the California Code of Regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this brings us to item L2, which is a little bit of an anomaly because this is an appeal of a incomplete application dated December 7th, 2022 for 1021 Harbor Drive. And this is, we again only have really one side, a proponent side, and not really a appellant. Actually, we do have an appellant side, but we have no proponent. We have, appellant is the proponent. So I'm seeing here. Okay, so we're going to open up the public hearing, and then we're going to do a motion receive affidavit, a publication, case file with written correspondences. We'll have a staff presentation. We'll do public testimony and presentation of evidence. And in this case, this is proponent, a maximum of 1 hour. And since we have no other side, it would be public comment, limited to 3 minutes for anyone who wants to come down and come down to the podium and speak for 3 minutes. And then the project proponent will be able to give a rebuttal, 20-minute rebuttal. We'll have council questions. We will close the public hearing, at which point in time we'll not be able to take in any more facts moving forward. And then we will discuss and debate up here, and we'll make a motion and go from there. And it's 9:30. which is approximately 8 hours away from 4 o'clock in the morning.
Please.
We did ex parte already. So we don't need to do that. So motion, Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein, and all in favor.
Aye.
Thank you. All right.
And then a motion to receive and file affidavit of publication, case
Motion to
file.
receive and file the affidavit.
Second.
And written correspondence, perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, staff presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As noted, this is a public hearing on the appeal of my decision that the application for 1021 North Harbor Drive is incomplete. The applicant for the project is New Commune DTLA LLC. On July 21st of 2022, the applicant submitted a preliminary application per Government Code Section 65941.1 regarding applications for development projects. Per this section of Government Code, within 180 calendar days from submitting a preliminary application, the proponent shall submit an application for the development project. The official application for this development project was submitted on November 10th of 2022, so within that 180-day timeframe. The formal applications submitted to the city include the coastal development permit, conditional use permit, Planning Commission design review, condominium subdivision, and an environmental assessment. The proposed project is on the site of the former C-Lab educational facility. The site spans 14 adjacent parcels and vacated streets. The proposed project would be mixed-use development to include 35 residential condominiums, 20% low income, so 7 of those 35 units would be low income. 8,574 square feet of retail or commercial space. And I already mentioned that it's going to span those multiple set parcels. The applicant submitted, the site is located on the CC4 zone and has a coastal commercial land use designation in the general plan. And per the coastal land use plan implementing ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, residential is not an allowed use, whether it's permitted or conditional. The applicant submitted a preliminary application in an effort to use the builder's remedy provision of the Housing Accountability Act to bypass the city's general plan, zoning code, and certified local coastal program. The Housing Accountability Act explicitly states that despite the provisions therein, nothing in the HAA relieves the city from its obligation to comply with the California Coastal Act. The city has a certified local coastal program in place, as well as an approved implementing ordinance, and has an obligation to ensure compliance with both the program and the ordinance. In reviewing the application for completeness, I considered all procedural sections pertinent to the various applications submitted. Under the coastal development permit application procedures, it has very specific instructions for determining an application complete. A coastal development permit shall not be determined complete unless all applicable application requirements under section 10-5.2210 are met. These requirements under that section, subsection B19, specify that the applicant must submit such other data as may be required to demonstrate that the project is consistent with the findings required for approval pursuant to section 10-5.2218. Under that section 10-5.2218, subsection C1, in order to comply with that, it mentions the findings of approval for the coastal development permit include the finding that the proposed development is in conformity with the certified local coastal program. The applicant acknowledged in their application materials that the CC4 zone does not allow residential uses, and the applicant was proposing residential on the site. So the application materials actually demonstrate that the project is not in conformity with the certified local coastal program, including the adopted coastal land use plan implementing ordinance. As such, I made the determination that the application was incomplete. The determination was issued in a letter on December 7th of 2022. As a reminder, the item before you isn't regarding the approval or disapproval, but rather this was just deeming the application incomplete. The proponent of the project submitted an appeal under Redondo Beach Municipal Code, Title I, Chapter 4, appealing an administrative decision made by an official of the city where there is not otherwise an appeal procedure. It was submitted within the required 14-day time period on December 13th. The clerk scheduled the public hearing in a timely fashion and sent the notice to the appellant on December 21st. And this hearing has been properly noticed per the requirements of the municipal code. As the Mayor Pro Tem noted here, the public hearing procedures were on the staff presentation now, and then you'll have the public testimony and presentation of evidence. And then you can have city council questions, close the public hearing, and then city council debate and determine their action. There are a couple of city council options when you've considered the testimony. We have resolutions in the packet that reflect each of those options, depending on which way you would go. You could deny the appeal and uphold the community development director's incompleteness determination, or grant the appeal and overturn the community development director's incompleteness determination, authorizing the review of the application for a proposed mixed-use housing project at 1021 North Harbor Drive. And that concludes my presentation. I'm going to leave it here for the hearing procedure.
Okay, so there's a total of 24 market rate units here and 6 low-income market, 6 low-income units for a total number of 30 units, correct?
And hold on.
Yeah.
It was 35 residential units, 7 of which would be low income, which is 20%.
What application is this then, residential?
So you may be looking at the preliminary application. That was what they submitted back in July.
Right. Oh, yeah,
when they
yes.
submitted the full application to the city for the various
got it.
entitlements. They came in with 35 units,
Are
7 of
these,
which.
perfect, are these?
Can I just, you're starting to ask questions, and by rules, you should allow the
got it.
proponents
Yeah,
to
yeah.
go forward.
Okay, all right, thank you. Project proponent.
Well, Councilmember MD, Councilmember Obaji, Councilmember Horvath, Councilmember Lowenstein, and Councilmember Nierenheim. Good to see you all again. Starting to feel like home around here. Here before you is pretty much a simple request. We appreciate presentation of staff. We very much understand the position they're coming from. What we're asking the city council to do tonight is something probably city councils don't generally do, which is to greenlight not the approval of a project, but the submittal of an application for a project, just to have the city perform its mandatory duty to receive, accept, and process the application for a housing development project. What ostensibly staff's position is this is basically a Permit Streamlining Act decision, but really that's the tail of the elephant here. There's a larger issue in the room. With respect to staff, the decision that was made is probably more of a larger decision, namely a legal one, not just a simple determination of whether an application is incomplete or not complete, but really a determination as to whether the Housing Accountability Act is overridden by the Coastal Act. And with due respect for Ms. Forbes and everybody in the staff's planning department, which I greatly respect, that decision need not or should not be made by staff in the context it was made. It would have been preferable to have the staff receive the application, process it to a decision maker, planning commission, and this body, at which greater discussions about whether one super statute collides with another super statute is a determination that needs to be made. So what we've seen here is you guys are basically being confronted with something called the builder's remedy. It's not a statutory term, it's a colloquial term, and it comes out of the Housing Accountability Act. I know I spoke to you at some length about the Housing Accountability Act at the Catalina Fund project last week, and it's the same statute, but it is a statute that basically gives a incentive to develop 20% very low or lower affordable housing, or 100% moderate, in cities that do not yet have a compliant housing element, one, and two, where it might be an area that doesn't embrace housing. In other words, it allows that kind of housing project to go forward, even if housing and residential is an inconsistent use under the general plan and the zoning documents. So that's sort of the convergence time-wise of what happened here. And this C-Lab area on the other side of basically the presentation of the project and its details are germane only to the extent that they qualify for that builder's remedy. In order to deny this kind of a project, there have to be findings made that are based on a preponderance of the evidence in a written record. And one of those findings has to be that there's no impact to the public health and safety, adverse impact, the same standard that governs any denials or reductions in densities in the Housing Accountability Act. That's not in violation of federal or state law, that the jurisdiction had a compliant general or housing element, and that there is no adverse impacts. So those findings are laid out in a little more detail in my letter. At this point, and I apologize, it's a February 7th letter, and I usually don't like to do this at the last minute, but the nature of this hearing is that we had gone straight to council and we had to find out what the staff report said before we prepared our letter. So I hope you all did receive it. I'm not necessarily confident you all had a chance to review it, but my letter of February 7th, 2023, I do want to, reference for the record and maybe ask the clerk if indeed it was disseminated to the city council members. Okay. So you'll see in here the discussion at length about the builder's remedy. And
just so you know, L2, yes, it was received, just so you know.
Thank you. And I won't belabor those points. I certainly will be on hand to answer questions to the extent I'm able to do so that you may have. Really, the issue is coming down to this issue of the LCP. The application was bumped ostensibly for lack of consistency with the LCP, but that is exactly what builder's remedy is designed to address. That's what's called a remedy. It allows non-consistent residential projects that have an affordability component. It requires their approval. If these 5 findings cannot be met, and in this case, the city has not made these findings and there's no preponderance of evidence in the written record on any of them, then regardless of the underlying zoning documents, including the LCP, the general plan, and the zoning code, a housing project must be approved. So that's why we're here. So it really prompts the larger question. Now, there's nothing, and we discussed a little of this also at the hearing last week, and obviously that's a different record, so I'm going to say it all again here. There's nothing in the Housing Accountability Act that says that this act is superseded, overridden, or displaced by the Coastal Act. It doesn't say that. It does say there's a savings clause that says nothing in this act dismisses or excuses a city from following the Coastal Act, but that's not to be read so broad enough to create a preemption of one statute over another. And so there's just nothing in case law that says that. There's nothing in the statute that says it. And it appears to be that there is something that's being written into the state law which is not there, namely that there's some sort of foregone conclusion that you cannot get a Housing Accountability Act project completed or approved in the coastal zone. I think we could say with confidence that the legislature didn't intend that. I don't think they intended to have a privileged band that goes from Arcata to the border of Mexico, where along the coast where there's going to be no real affordable housing projects. I think that as I said in one of my prior discussions for you guys, is a bit of a problem, just from a social justice standpoint, if not a constitutional one. So basically, if you do look at these two acts, you will see a lot of very strenuous and probably the strongest language we've heard the legislature ever come out with about the Housing Accountability Act and their directive to have that interpreted in a way that I'm going to quote, to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval and provision of housing, end quote. And that's Government Code section 65589.5, subdivision A to L. And those subdivision A is a long list of at least 20 legislative declarations about the importance of the Housing Accountability Act. In the state density bonus law, these issues were discussed in a case called Kelnell Gardens in Venice. I'll get to that later. But one thing that the state density bonus law doesn't have, the Housing Accountability Act does have, is this list of legislative directions in the preamble that make quite clear what the legislature wants. Those preamble declarations of the legislature were added to with SB 330. You guys, I'm sure you've heard of that one. The Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which put additional teeth into the Housing Accountability Act. There are statements of frustration by the legislature about this law, the Housing Accountability Act, going back so far, 42 years or so, and it hasn't accomplished its job. So SB 330 was designed to give it more teeth. There was never anything said about this applies, except for you guys that live in the coastal zone. Didn't say that. Now, I do note that if this ever went to a judicial determination, the directive might be something similar to the Kelnell Gardens one, which didn't deal with the Housing Accountability Act, dealt with the state density bonus law in the coastal zone. And the court, did not hold anything except to say in dicta, opine that there was, that the Coastal Act would have more weight. But that was corrected by the legislature subsequently. And then we discussed this, the last hearing I was at on a different project. And basically, it is the legislature amended the state density bonus law to make clear that these two acts are to be given a harmonious co-relationship. Harmonious means that the objectives of each are going to have to be fulfilled in some way. Now, what that means to me is that when you're I have a project like this one in the coastal zone, you are obliged to comply with the coastal zone, your LCP, but only to an extent. If, for instance, if there are impacts to wetlands, hypothetically, if there are impacts to, coastal resources, it's incumbent upon you to examine those impacts under the Coastal Act and assign mitigation that's appropriate. But where you come to a line that the HAA has set out, and where the HAA, and I'm using that acronym, Housing Accountability Act, just for the record, wherever a leaning on the Coastal Act is used as a justification to deny a housing project that otherwise is a Housing Accountability Act and ticks all the boxes, that's where we're going to have a collision, right? That's where, the Coastal Act and the Housing Accountability Act will come together, and one will leave off where the other takes over. It's interesting that that there's, when looking at statutes that conflict, the courts say, and I'm going to quote from one that's in my letter, if after examination of the statutes in context, they conflict on a central element, we strive, we being the judges, when they're charged with interpreting these conflicts, we strive to harmonize them. We don't strive to give preference of one over the other. That would be a judge taking the role of a legislator. In this, where you guys are sitting right now, you're not taking a role of a legislature. You're taking the role of the judge. The last agenda item, you took a role of the legislature, not on this one. So we strive to harmonize. If the conflicting statutes cannot be reconciled, later enactments supersede earlier ones, and more specific provisions take precedence over the more general ones. That is a standard rule of statutory construction that goes throughout all judicial cases where they're trying to examine how to harmonize two potentially conflicting statutes. Well, in this case, it's clear that the specific statute is the Housing Accountability Act. It applies to only a certain kind of project, a certain kind of housing project, and the builder's remedy, even more of a specific kind, namely one with 20% low or very low affordable housing included, or 100% moderate is another approach that falls under the circumstances laid out on subdivision D of section 65589.5 laid out in the letter. Those kinds of projects are given a special exemption from zoning. I think if you're going to be looking at the legislative intent on these a little bit further, you might divine that this is a way that the state legislators have called out cities that have delayed in getting their housing elements certified. So that's where we are. That's the legal backdrop for this one. And I also wanted to say that, and I think I hit this earlier with this council, that these standards that the Housing Accountability Act imposes are lofty ones. Preponderance of the evidence, written record, findings, specific adverse impacts to health, safety, and welfare based on objective written criteria in place at the time the application is deemed complete. And again, I'm here to answer questions, but really, again, just to put this in perspective, we're not looking for approval of the project. That will come down the road. I imagine there's going to be a lot of review on a project like this. We're just looking for the city to undertake its mandatory duty to accept, receive, and process this so that this council or any other decision-making body like the Planning Commission will have a time to really fully examine the merits and examine also what this does by way of benefits to the coastal zone and any other kind of effect it might have on the environment or the coastal areas. So with that, I submit. Thanks.
One quick question. I just want to clarify something. The letter or email that you talked about was from Mitchell Tsai? No. That was someone else? Okay. That was an opposition. Okay. So I take that back. I don't think we got that letter in the...
It was a separate blue folder.
There was two. Oh, second blue folder item. Sorry.
It was a.
Oh, 421.
Yes.
Got it. Yep. It's here. Okay.
Yeah, because that side letter was 200 pages long.
Yeah.
I was going through that for quite a while, yeah.
I thought mine was long.
277, so.
Yeah, I'm here if you have questions, so thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Wait, it arrived at 421?
That's when Vicky sent it to us.
No, it came in, well, I don't.
344.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, never mind. Take it back.
344 is the long one.
Other one. It is, I have it right here.
Who's your secretary who would have sent it?
Malu Reyes came at 4:56 on Monday, February 6th.
No.
I'm not seeing it.
What's the name of your
That's all I'm
secretary
saying.
that would have sent it?
Michael Schoenfeld, counsel for the applicant. It is Ruby Williams.
Ruby Williams.
I don't actually think that was,
I do not have it.
I don't think we got it.
I got it at 3:04. It wasn't sent to you. But the clerk, it was sent to Brandy. I was CC'd on it. And then, no, Brandy sent it to me, so.
We sent this to.
Okay, so yeah, it was, okay. So Ruby sent it to Mike Wazanski and the clerk and CC'd Mr. Schoenfeld, myself, Brandy, Leo Pustilnikov, and Brandon at esrour.com. And that came through at 3:04, and then by 4:10, the clerk's office had processed it and added it as a late blue folder.
it was-
Our deadline is technically 3 for blue folder, but it was obviously important to get it before the council.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. And I apologize for the late nature of it, but it was really the nature of the way this hearing works. It's a straight shot to city council. We wanted to look at the staff report before we sent it. And of course, reserve our rights to bring our comments all the way up to the very public hearing, which I'm doing now. I have a single hard copy to hand to somebody if that would be helpful, but
Couldn't you circulate
We
the
did,
email?
it was sent by, Vicky sent it at 4:21 PM, and it's blue folder item 2-7, city council meeting, and then in parentheses, it says number 2.
So Vicky sent it.
Vicky
Yeah,
sent it.
that's when I referenced to it. I want to
Yeah.
make sure, but I'm not actually seeing in there
I see a letter from Michael Sy.
I thought
Yeah.
Marlou
the
Reyes.
same document from the original.
No, I don't
We
see
don't
it in
have one
here.
at 421.
Swape.
I have one at 421.
I have, but I just opened up the PDF and I have an email from
Review this to make certain I have all of it.
from Mitchell to Cy.
I think she reset.
I think it's it should be at the very end of that.
Big packet.
Oh, there it is, very, very end of it.
record, I'll give
Yes.
my copy to Eleanor.
Yeah,
And then you can see if it, but I did see.
Ruby Williams, I'm gonna make sure I get the full letter though. I don't believe the attachment is part of that. Yeah, Ruby Williams, it's part of a attachment and it's not on there.
Hold on.
It's just email is there.
Blumeyer,
not the
Dillon.
attachment.
It's important we get this letter.
Yeah. So yeah, if we could,
make sure it gets, yeah.
can we get a
Showed it to me.
Right here, it's right here. It's a
It's
page
on,
YIMBY law?
of that one,
Blumeyer, Dillon.
it's on page
I don't have a page.
285 of that number 2, the one that was sent to you at 421.
There he goes. Okay.
Yeah, so she added that on at the
285.
end of it, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so I never got one at 421. The only one I have that goes, it only goes to page 284.
Here, I can just send it to you via airdrop.
Okay, thank you very much.
Here,
Wait, let me open it
airdrop.
up.
Okay. All right. Let's see, sorry.
Got it, thank
It
you.
is deep in this.
All right, public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Come through?
Yeah.
Anyone want to come down? Do we actually, hold on, orange cards first, sorry. Poor guys, sorry. You're probably in this order.
Yeah.
Okay, Ray Lawson, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council, city council. It's been a long night, but we're here, we prevailed. My name is Ray Lawson. I'm a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. We work, live, and recreate in the area of Redondo Beach and also the surrounding cities. My brother's here, here in support of what we do as carpenters. We build affordable housing, we build mixed-use buildings, and so forth. We have over 4,000 members that live right here in the general area of the South Bay. We take a concerned interest in affordable housing. We have an apprenticeship program that trains our young people to build, skill training, where we talk about affordable housing. We talk about prevailing wages, which is just a livable wage. We want our young people to be able to have a livable wage for some of the affordable housing that's being built here in Redondo Beach and throughout the South Bay, so they can one day be able to live in some of these houses. We know rents are going through the roof, inflation is going through the roof, but are we giving our young people an opportunity to be able to live in some of the things that they build? You know, we talk about, I get it, the appeal and so forth with the developer, but we are the people that will be building it. We want to build this, but we also know that it's a local hire element that's important, that the people that live here should be able to work on these projects. All the affordable housing is being built, all the housing is being built. We're trying to solve housing issues in California, but are we giving the people right here in this city an opportunity to build these affordable housing to help alleviate some of the situations that we have here? So that's why we're here. We're here to speak on that, to make sure that we have a local hire component added to this as going forward, that the developer hire a responsible general contractor that will hire locally, that will give young people an opportunity to work on these projects, and also one day be able to live in some of these projects. So that's what we mean by a livable wage, to be able to make enough money to feed your family, take care of your family, and join the middle class one day, and have a decent retirement. And that's what we at Southwest Mountain States, we offer that to young people. And so we're here to ask the council to consider that, to consider adding those components to this appeal or to this process once it goes forward. So thank you for letting me speak. You have a great night.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for waiting.
All right, Aaron, Pierre.
City Council. My name is Aaron Pierre with Local 562. Touching on what Ray Lawson said in regards to the local hire and about some of the members being able to work in the area, spend some of that money there, also for quality of life for them. I stay in the city of Carson, and I was able to get on with one of the local hire stipulations over there with the refinery, and being able to work so close from home. I was able to spend time, with my kid. I have an 8-year-old, and really get the time to, make it to those practices. I was actually able to coach his soccer team because of that, because I was able to work so close from home. And, let me tell you, driving all the way out to, downtown LA for me, or somewhere in the IE, or even San Diego, it takes a toll on you, and, being able to spend that money there in my city. I'm an apprentice. I'm a 7th-period apprentice. There's 8 stages. And it's a 3 to 4 year program. I'm 3 years in exactly next month, actually. And, the level of training I'm getting at these training centers, it's really extensive. Just at school last week. And learning arithmetic and calculus and all that for layout and everything. It's a pretty professional organization, and these projects do get done on time. There's a big safety aspect of it that I hope that City Council, you guys take that into consideration in allowing the carpenter union to get in there and make these projects happen. Just like that lagoon project. I'm pretty sure carpenters will be on there, union carpenters, hopefully. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else want to come down and speak? You guys can each speak 3 minutes.
Well, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I'm kind of astounded because I heard something tonight, which the first thing that came to mind was a Steely Dan song called Pretzel Logic. And what I mean by that is the California Coastal Commission, I think, would have a totally different opinion of what we heard tonight versus what's probably going to happen in reality. The local coastal plan, the California Coastal Commission, was voted by this full state. It's been in effect for, I think, since 1974, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that they intended to that anyone who wants to cram in housing anywhere up and down the coast can just do it willy-nilly. There's a big process involved. Now, that part is certainly interesting. Now, perhaps the developer should have spent more time maybe on doing the research, submitting doing the information that our city departments needed to process it, instead of putting out libelous articles and false newspaper ads. There's one out today, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't think there's much, maybe 1 or 2 things that might be quarterly true. City paying ads for that, maybe paying the NBC News to do a fake news story, to do a hit piece on our city and call everyone in the city racist because we don't want to build a ridiculous project that would never meet any approval by the Coastal Commission. But I have an alternative idea, perhaps for the builders behind me. I'm in the construction business. I build homes. I appreciate what they do. I have a great idea. There's a lot up in Pacific Palisades. It's almost 78,720 square feet. Using that same conversion number, the lot here is 8,567 square feet. You could build 35 units on it. Using that same ratio, this person could build 321 affordable housing, perhaps up in Pacific Palisades. Now, who owns this lot? Mr. Pustilnikov, the owner. This is a house he bought last May for $7.125 million. That's a big lot. Why don't you build all your housing there? Because frankly, if you're so inclined to make housing available for people, keep these guys behind me employed. Build 321 homes on the big lot that you just bought. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to come down and speak?
Hi, I'm Carissa Gallardo. Nice to see you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I just jotted down a few things because I have, in my field, we call this a dialectical dilemma. There's two sides to this. Two opposing truths can be true at the same time. And I've lived here for 25 years, the better part of 25 years. I've always rented. I wish I could afford a home. I want affordable housing around here. I want affordable apartments. Right now, I can barely afford the apartment I have. I have a grad degree and I can barely afford to live here. I live here because my son's dad grew up here and he bought a house here. And I don't want to be separate from him. I wanted to be here. So I sacrificed to live in Redondo Beach for that reason. And I love Redondo Beach. It's my home now too. And I also sympathize with and empathize with the workers that want affordable wages and want livable wages so that they can live in the community where they work. I get that. My son wants to go to trade school. He wants to be, working with his hands and doing these things. So I'm a big supporter and proponent of that. But I'm not sure this is the right project and the right person for the project. It feels like, where the traffic, have you ever driven down Harbor? That street from Redondo going north is a nightmare. There's the bike lanes, there's all this stuff going on. It's really narrow. There's no parking. I want to know where the parking is going to be there. And there's also, there's that access. That's where I run and bike from my house on Anita. I go down and run that, and it's already really trafficky. Hermosa and Redondo comes there, that's the access. So I want to know what's going to happen with that. I'm, again, into affordable housing, put them anywhere. I would love to live by the beach. I don't have a problem with affordable housing by the ocean. It's not like the NIMBY thing, but this is not the right location, and I don't believe that this is the right person that kind of crams down in what he wants in Redondo Beach. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else want to come down and speak?
Yeah, Richard Lindsay. I don't know if this gentleman's trying to cram stuff down our throat, but all I do care about is that it's affordable. We have that component, the 7 affordable units, but also the living wage issue and the local hire issue. Right now, you got renters trying to get apartments or whatever, and you've got property owners scamming them on application fees. Oh, you got to pay a fee so we can run your app. And they do this over and over and over again. They're making money off the application fees. We have a housing crisis. Let's build some houses. Let's build some rental units. But we have to make a living in order to pay the rent. And we need local jobs in this area. That's my thing. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to come down and speak? All right. Any Zoom comments?
Okay, we have Joseph Goldblatt.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Goldblatt. I'm a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live and work in the local area. The city should consider that this project requires the use of local hire and train from a California apprenticeship program to benefit the community's economic development and environment. Other cities have not hesitated to apply local hire and train workforce requirements for their projects in their city. I'm a safety manager at a local refinery, And I believe using local hire can reduce greenhouse emissions and provide localized economic benefits. The project labor agreement, the local refinery, has changed my life. I no longer must drive 2.5 hours a day going back and forth from Riverside to work. I'm able to buy a home closer to my job. I now have more time to spend with my family. I believe the city has opportunities to change a lot of lives and can build community wealth here in Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that was the last one for Zoom. We have 3 comments and they are they support upholding the decision.
Support upholding the decision, the appeal.
Yes.
Got it. It's complicated.
Decision or the decision of the community development director?
Yeah.
Yeah, uphold the director's citation. That's it?
Okay. Are there anyone else that wants to come down and speak? You'll get a chance later on if you haven't been able to speak yet, but if you don't, actually, right now we'll go back to the proponent rebuttal for 20 minutes.
One more.
Oh, there we go. One more.
Holly Osborne.
You know, I'm watching it and I'm thinking, this is deja vu all over again. So 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, a bunch of people who were bussed in and given pizza so that they could come down here and tell us what we should do. And I'm seeing the same tactics. And I'm all for sympathy for those workers. But I wonder how many of them were bussed in. I'm sorry for being cynical. Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
And if I may, just to correct the record, Michael Sy, is he representing the Southwest Mountain State Regional Council of Carpenters? So he wrote a letter. The first 13 pages are for the future when this council considers a project about CEQA, about local hire. On pages 13 through 16, the part that's before you, the letter indicates the appeal must be denied and the project application reaffirmed as incomplete, and further indicates the project lacks an adequate description.
Okay.
So
Thank you for looking at that, Bill.
Yeah, for recapping. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other public comments before the project proponent gets 20 more minutes?
You know, I don't know if Holly was complete with her. She put her hand down, she put it back up, so I don't know if I should.
She spoke, so she can't speak again.
Great.
All right. Project rebuttal, 20 minutes, sir.
Yes, members of City Council, Michael Schonefeld again, Land Use Council for New Commune DTLA LLC, the applicant here. Because the council clearly didn't get through the whole letter, I did want to kind of cover a few points that the letter covers. They're in the record now, but one thing that we opened is to say that this was purportedly a notice of incomplete application under the Permit Streamlining Act, Government Code 65943, but it was nothing of the kind. An incomplete notice of incomplete application. The whole premise is you've got an application that's in the city's hands and it might have 3 or 4 items that are missing. The notice goes out within 30 days of submittal and it should identify those matters, those items that are missing. In this case, that didn't happen. It was not a notice of incomplete application. I will make that very clear. It was a rejection altogether of the application. The application was pushed back over the planning counter, as it were, and given back. And the direction was to come back with a different project, one with legislative, a whole separate, bundle of entitlements. That's not a deemed incomplete notice under the Permit Streamlining Act. I want to make that clear. So that's why I said that really what the matter is here before you is to receive the application. We would work with the city staff to supplement as we go along if it's received, but it's not been received, it's not been processed. There's a long line of case law, some of which I was involved in. One of them is Building Industry Legal Defense Foundation versus City of San Juan Capistrano, and it makes really clear that these duties to take these applications are mandatory ones. They are subject to 1085 writs of mandate. That's what the staff's supposed to do. In this case, staff made a decision of the law. They actually made a decision that a judge would make in an issue of first impression before any court in any case. They said that the Housing Accountability Act is trumped by the local coastal program. That's not staff's job to do that. Okay? This city council could sit and decide something like that because in your discretion, you need to make a decision. And then that decision would be subject to review by a reviewing court as to whether you were right or wrong about the Housing Accountability Act. I will say this. There's a lot of discussion on this council, and it seems like some sort of tacit or inchoate concession or some sort of belief that the Coastal Act trumps the Housing Accountability Act. If you look at these two acts, and any judge that's going to try to balance and harmonize them will alight upon one provision of the Public Resources Code, section 30007, which is in the Coastal Act. And it says, nothing in this division, namely nothing in the Coastal Act, shall exempt local governments from meeting the requirements of state and federal law with respect to providing low and moderate income housing, replacement housing, relocation benefits, or any other obligation related to housing imposed by existing law or any law hereafter enacted. Hereafter enacted. The Housing Accountability Act was hereafter enacted, and it's a state law. And that state law directs you to accept and actually process and get to a decision on this project, notwithstanding the fact that it's conflicting with the underlying zone. We know it's conflicting with the underlying zone. That's why we brought a builder's remedy. You don't bring builder's remedy unless there is a conflict. But we also note, and it's in my letter, that the other findings cannot be met and haven't been met. To deny the project, I will say this too. A decision to deny this appeal will be tantamount to a violation of the Housing Accountability Act. There'll be a denial of the project. You will have denied a project. Because what else could it be? We can't process the application. You will have stopped us at the door. So, there will be the implications of a full-blown denial as if this project got to your city council after it had been through the preservation committee and the planning commission and up to you. And then you deny it and we're off to court on a Housing Accountability Act violation. Well, the same thing will happen, but it will be at the embryonic stage of the application. The zygote stage. It's not even an embryo. We can't even get it across the counter. So bear that in mind. Please, when you're talking or discussing, this issue of whether there's a conflict between one of these and the other, it's not. There isn't one. Judge might say that one day. They haven't yet. But we do see that the Coastal Act itself says exactly kind of what the Housing Accountability Act says. Nothing in here absolves the city from following the Coastal Act. But then the Coastal Act, if you follow that, says nothing in our act absolves you from following state law on affordable housing. How do you reconcile that? Well, I got to tell you, if you trump the Housing Accountability Act, it is in the face of clear law that's been propounded by the legislature in the Coastal Act and the Housing Accountability Act. So your job would be to balance those. Use your judicial your role to do so in an unbiased, objective manner. But it would have to involve a careful weighing and a harmonization of the two. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Okay, onwards to questions. Councilmember Horvath.
Okay, so I came into this really thinking about this as more of a procedural item, right? You are interpreting the municipal code and you are making a determination. And then I hear Mr. Schoenfeld basically saying that your determinations are moot because you are basically overridden by state law. Would that be a fair characterization, Mr. Schoenfeld?
Councilmember Horvath, I'm sorry, would you please repeat the question? I was distracted.
I said that I came into this meeting looking at the decisions made by the community development director as being merely procedural, right? She's following the municipal code as it's laid out and reading it, as stated. What I hear you saying is that state law basically overrides her decision-making process as a result of the builder's remedy allowing anybody to build in any zone, regardless of whether it is zoned residential or commercial. So basically, it has eroded her ability to do her job as a community development director at this stage. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as eroding her power or yours. I would say that the proper discussion or proper determination or decision, it doesn't lie with the planning staff. It probably lies with you. And therefore, the project has to cross the hurdle and has to be sort of punted to the decision maker. Ms. Forbes can't make that decision as to which law supersedes the other. That's not within her power or her discretion to do.
No, but within her power and discretion is to observe the Redondo Beach Municipal Code and the local zoning as it exists, right? And then make a determination as to whether the application is valid or not. Would that be a fair statement?
In a normal case, yes, but not in a builder's remedy case. This is a very unique.
Therefore, what you're saying, and this is very untested, right? This whole conversation we're having here is untested right now, in a sense. This has now just come about as a result of these recent projects here in Santa Monica and elsewhere. But I think getting back to my original point, what you were saying is that her ability to do her job has now been stripped by these state laws and this builder remedy, basically saying that it doesn't matter what she says, she has to do what you are saying state law is dictating.
She has to make an assessment based upon her, level of authority as a staff member of a department head. She has to make a decision as to whether or not this is a builder's remedy project or not. And we made the facial presentation that it is. And at that point, she has to accept and process this application. So it is a unique remedy. There's no doubt about that. But it is a remedy. It's in the law. And so in this special case, whereas normally a planning director, or a planner of any rung on the hierarchy can make a decision that an application is a project in the wrong zone. In this case, the assessment has to be made, is this at least a facial showing of a builder's remedy case? If so, I have to accept this and process it through to a discretionary decision maker, not to a ministerial decision maker. Because now we have to deal with the unique contours of the builder's remedy. And that's really not something that staff should be deciding. Decision makers should be.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Webb, I'm just wondering from a legal perspective, at the city level, what your take is on that argument.
Well, it's, as we've discussed before, untested. And Mr. Schoenfeld is arguing that the Coastal Act doesn't trump the builder's remedy, but then he's putting forward an argument that, in effect, the builder's remedy, Housing Accountability Act, trumps the coastal zone. I think, in essence, this is the wrong application. And it wasn't rejecting the application. The letter, which is part of your packet from Ms. Forbes, talks about how you not only could do the uses, you could apply for an amendment of the local coastal plan. And to your question, the Muni Code that councils pass directs her with certain authority and certain requirements. And Ms. Forbes cited to it, but in Coastal Development Permit Application in 10-5.2210, any application, C, any application for coastal development permit shall not be determined to be complete and shall not be filed until unless the applicable requirements of this section have been met. One of the requirements is data as may be required to demonstrate that the project is consistent with the finding of 10-5/2218. And one of the finding is that the proposed development is in conformity with the certified local coastal plan. And the section goes on to state, unless such application is determined to be complete by the community development director, no action other than that described in this subsection shall be taken by the community development director. So she was acting within her authority and within the constraints of what she is to follow in the Muni Code and to uphold the certified local coastal plan. She would be doing to the contrary if she were to make the determination that the builder's remedy somehow says, notwithstanding what everything in the Muni Code tells you about determining an application is complete, go ahead and forward it to the, process the application and then forward it to the planning department. So I believe that what she did is appropriate and required. I think it's just the wrong application. It's for a use not at all allowed by our certified local coastal plan. Now, who knows what, will be in the future once there is case law that determines how you harmonize the two. Who knows, every year it seems that there are suggested amendments to the coastal zone or to the, the Village Remedy, the Housing Accountability Act. But, until the legislature or until the court has a published opinion, I think she acted properly and in the only way that she could.
Okay.
I was just going to say, per the letter, and as the city attorney mentioned, the letter actually says, should the client wish to develop residential uses on the site, they may submit an application for a general plan amendment, local coastal plan amendment, and zoning amendment. So this was not a denial of that application or it being processed. It's just saying that here are the applications. If you wanted to move forward with residential, those things would have to be applied for. Or they could come in with a different project, but it gave that option for a path forward with that exact same project. They would just have to also apply for those additional applications.
Okay, great. So it just comes back, I'm really thinking about this more from the procedural standpoint, not I'm not even thinking about the project and what is included, so much so that it does not conform and that we don't have any backing necessarily to support it at this time. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
And I did just want to introduce, we have Diana Verrett, who's our outside counsel, working as well on this item.
Thank you. I was going to ask.
The last guy didn't want to come back.
Scared him off?
You still recovering.
We provided breakfast.
He told me that at 3:45 a.m. I'm just joking.
Councilmember Baji.
All right. First, I want to say thank you to the Southwest Carpenters for coming down because we had a project the other week, and once you've come down and you've made the statements that you've made, it makes it much more a stronger point in our minds to remember about requiring skilled workers and local workers. So thank you for making that point. When we do approve projects, but that's not what this hearing is about. This hearing is about whether an application was complete or not. So a couple questions from Mr. Schoenfeld. This whole builder's remedy is premised upon the notion that we did not have a certified housing element. Is that correct?
That's one of the elements, that's one of the findings that you and the city council has to make to deny this project.
That we had a certified housing element, right?
A compliant housing element.
A compliant,
Yeah.
sorry, a compliant,
Compliant with the housing accountability or the housing element law.
meaning HCD only certifies housing law compliant
Yes.
housing elements,
They
right?
do.
Okay.
But
So,
HCD's determination, well, let me let you finish your question.
yeah. Thank you. So July 5th, 2022, this city council approved an amendment to our housing element. Isn't that correct?
Correct. You
Okay.
adopted one.
Right. And that then was sent to HCD.
Correct.
All right. From the time that it was sent to HCD until the date in either late July or sorry, late August or early September, when HCD said, hey, we certify your housing element. September 1st. Okay, perfect. Thank you. September 1st, 2022. Do you have any evidence or any knowledge of any changes that were made to that housing element?
I don't believe you made any. It's all public record. You submitted your adopted amendment and revision, and it was before the HCD. I kind of doubt you did make changes.
Okay. So then HCD, when they did respond on September 1st, they said, hey, this is compliant with the housing law, right?
They certified compliance in that
Right.
letter.
All right. And then your client submitted its or his preliminary application here on July 21st, 16 days after we adopted our housing compliant housing element, right?
No. You adopted a housing element. It was classified, categorized, and identified for the public as non-compliant until September 1st. So there was a submittal of a preliminary application on July 10th.
All right, but the timeline's correct, July 21st.
Correct. Well, it is. Your characterization of what happened in the
Right,
timeline.
so we're going to differ as how we characterize it, right?
Correct.
And then you finally submitted a complete application on November 10th, 2022, correct?
Whether it was complete is an issue that you got, that apparently your planning director doesn't agree with.
Oh, sorry, you submitted a formal application. And it was deemed incomplete because it provided for a use that was not compliant with the CC4 zone in which the property is located, correct?
Well, we dispute that, right? We dispute that it was deemed incomplete. It was deemed to be the wrong application. It was rejected. So that's not the same thing as an incomplete application.
Okay. Now, in our last public hearing on a different project, didn't you argue, and then this is potentially a challenge for a land use practitioner, but didn't you argue that our staff had to have made a determination as to whether the project was Coastal Act compliant or not? Within
Yes,
30 days of submitting the project?
They're supposed to make a consistency determination of 30 days after a project or an application is deemed complete. 30
and then-
days.
Right. And then today, isn't your argument that our staff is not qualified and could not make the determination as to Coastal Act compliance?
Your staff has followed it's your own city code. Your staff reviewed the city code and its zoning code in isolation of a state law. So the determination that was made is not correct because it doesn't look at the surrounding and overriding state law, which is the builder's remedy. So this is a different case than the usual case.
But you don't
Mr.
know.
Abaji, where the usual case is we don't have builder remedy projects. Usually, we have Housing Accountability Act projects that occur. For instance, the Catalina Fund project, which you looked at last week.
hold on,
This is important because when you have a project like that, a staff determination can be made. Okay, because we're not dealing with the unique situation of a builder's remedy, why is it called a remedy? What is the remedy? If there's a remedy, there has to be a problem that's being remedied. The problem is that the residential use doesn't fit with the underlying code, right? That's so the state builder's remedy allows you to proceed regardless.
But not everybody gets this remedy. So you didn't actually see what the staff analyzed, what law they analyzed to know that they did not analyze the state law here,
Well, we
right?
did. I would hope we did. It's all Public Records Act, and we got a letter, and it told us if there was something she didn't mention, she should have, under the Public Records Act, right? Public document. So we know exactly what Ms. Forbes did, because she told us in a written document.
You don't think Ms. Forbes knew when our council passed a certified, approved housing element on July 5th, 2022?
I'm sure she did.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Right, and she
Okay.
certainly knew when she got feedback from HCD that it was certified, right?
She knew it was certified at a minute. Well, she knew this HCD certified at Mr. Obagi on September 1st.
Right.
I'm not sure she was capable or had the discretion to decide that it was certified before that. And by the way, it doesn't matter, right? Because you are charged with, by the way, did you know that in the housing element law, the HCD's determination is not legally dispositive at all? It's subject to a rebuttable presumption. And did you know that there are a lot of people who are very concerned about your housing element, notwithstanding its certification, and that there's a pending lawsuit challenging it right now? And that when you tie up non-vacant properties that can't be built with residential, but you tell the HCD you're going to one day, but we can't even get a project that is identified in your RENA inventory approved, there are some doubts as to whether or not you have a housing element that's actually compliant. Okay. The other thing you
Mr. Schoenfeld, I have questions. No, your time is exhausted. I'm not here to be lectured by you. This is a quasi.
I'm answering your question.
You're not. You're way off top. You're essentially making veiled threats to telling me what a whole lot of people are doing, lawsuits that you're going to bring, lawsuits that you have pending.
I never mentioned anything about a lawsuit.
All right.
Mr. Schoenfeld, let him finish.
So in any event,
misstatements made.
in any event, Mr. Schoenfeld,
Maybe I'll wait till after he's done.
Yes, please do.
I think I'm satisfied that I got the answers to the questions that I needed. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you. Although there was one answer you need to hear that you didn't. Okay.
I'm sure I've heard it all before.
Councilmember MD.
Okay. So, all right, so let me make sure I'm understanding this. So Schoenfeld is saying that the application should just be identifying the missing information on the application. But I'm hearing from you that the missing information is that they need to additionally file amendment applications that need to be filed as well. That is the missing information that you're saying is missing from this. But at the same time, though, I'm hearing Webb saying that the wrong application was made. I'm saying what I'm hearing. Make sure you correct me if I'm not hearing it correctly. So I'm trying to figure out, is it that they didn't file the correct application, or is it that they filed an application and that in order to make that complete, these amendment applications have to be filed? And the amendments were to the amendment of the general plan and the amendment of the LCP.
Yes, so the determination that it's incomplete, he's stating that it needed to provide specific information. The information provided was it does not meet the coastal, the local coastal plan or zoning, and so that was also notified in the presentation. We talked about the I can't even deem that application complete for the coastal development permit.
But you can't deem it complete because it's missing these amendment applications.
Yeah, so it would have to have that zoning that would allow that for that use. And so to do that, in the letter, we put that if the client wishes to develop the residential uses on the site, client may. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So here is in the letter, it talks about since the client's application is inconsistent with both the general plan land use designation and the zoning applicable to the site, it's deemed incomplete. It talks about what is allowed in that zoning, but then here it is where the option is, in addition, should your client wish to develop residential uses on this site, your client may submit an application for a general plan amendment and it gives the code section, local coastal land use plan amendment and zoning amendment. So, we could process all of those applications, but those additional applications would be needed. It'd be similar if somebody was submitting an application for only, say, for a vested tentative map, but didn't submit the application for a conditional use permit that would be required. So we're noting here are the additional applications that would need to be submitted for that to be processed under this application.
For their original application to be processed.
Right.
You need to have these amendments. So that is the missing information, okay, that's on there. And I'm a little confused in that they keep bringing up the builder's remedy, but we have a certified housing element. So can the builder's remedy, well, it doesn't really even matter because that's not even the point. The builder's remedy is really just, that would go into planning and they would then discuss all that. Really, we're just talking about the application and whether or not it's incomplete. So builder's remedy we don't even have to spend our time talking about it here, right? It all has just do, all we're doing is whether or not this application was complete and was the information given to them as to what makes it incomplete. Isn't that really just all we're talking about in this one, right here? Right? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not even going to go into the argument about builder's remedy and whether that applies to it, because that's planning commission's job if it goes out of your office, right? Okay. All right. And another question, which maybe, so isn't the C-Lab where all the plumbing goes in for the power plant? If you develop C-Lab, then how can the power plant still function? Do we know that? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
You don't know?
That information. I was just looking at it for whether it was complete or incomplete.
Okay.
And the power plant is scheduled to cease operation December 31st of this year. And I can't imagine this project being developed prior to December 31st of this year.
I'm just, okay. All right, just asking. All right, thank you. I think that's all.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I want to start off by thanking the members of the Carpenters Union for being here. One thing I want to point out is one of the arguments you made, which is actually a good argument, is about affordable housing. This council pretty much unanimously has taken upon itself to look at what's called inclusionary zoning, which means for every 10 units built, we're going to try to set aside one for affordable housing. And the Galleria, which you're familiar with, it's now called the South Bay Social District, we mandated, Councilmember Nierenheim and I don't know, I think you guys voted for it as well too, 60 of the 300 residential units would be set aside for affordable housing. So we are doing our part, not just 7 units. We're talking about dozens and dozens and dozens of units each time we build large projects, approve large projects. So, have that in mind. We hear what you're saying. We've heard this from a lot of people. We are one of the few places along the coast that has Section 8 housing and low-income housing. We go to bat for our folks that are liveaboards. We want to support working and middle-class families. So we hear you on that. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail about what Mr. Schoenfeld was arguing, and arguing is probably the key word. But what I can tell you is, I think, and it was mentioned at the last hearing about AB 2797 from Assemblymember Bloom, which is talking about the words harmonize, the Coastal Act and density bonus law. While I can't read minds, I think I have a pretty good sense that harmonizing doesn't mean ignoring zoning. It means meshing coastal zoning and density bonus laws, or whatever it's called, HAA at this time. If we start doing that, and I don't think the legislature wants to blow up local zoning completely. You could have people somehow doing deals with school districts and buying public lands and putting high density housing on public lands because we're going to ignore zoning. We're going to do it in industrial areas. We're going to blow up the zoning there, and we're going to put high density, and just in the words of solving the housing crisis. So I don't think that's the intention that Mr. Bloom had proposed when this law was passed in 2018 or 2019. I can't read minds, but I think that's pretty much the case. And related to whether or not threats were made, earlier, the word court was thrown out. I don't think the court meant pickleball court. I don't think it meant basketball court or tennis court. It meant a court of legal law. So I'm in my 15th year, Mr. Schoenfeld, of being an elected official at the school board of this. I've never seen anybody come before a body like this and make threatening language. And that's, yes, you. I'm not asking for any, no. This is the second time in a row. You don't catch flies by bringing vinegar. You plead your case, you use logic, but this is the second time I've seen this. And it's not helping your argument one bit. In fact, it's alienating a lot of people. I wish you would use logic and a persuasive case. What I don't like is threatening language, derogatory stuff. You can do whatever you want in a court of law. I don't think it goes well with the citizens, and I don't think it goes well with this body or any other body. Maybe that's your MO, but I don't appreciate it. And I know most people up here don't appreciate it. And the arguments back and forth are not the way we try to conduct business with the public. Whether you're an appellant or an attorney or whatever it is, we try to be respectful here. We can disagree, but that's my interpretation of how things have gone tonight and 2 weeks ago. And I wish it weren't the case. I've talked to the developer from the last place. He's a nice guy, friendly guy, but he never made any threatening language. And that's the way I take it. I got thick skin. I don't really care. You can call me whatever you want, but it's not the way to present a case. So that's my take on it. And I don't see how ignoring zoning that is clearly CC4 can be superseded by something all of a sudden that is not the intent of these housing laws. But that's just my interpretation of it. I think that a case has been made about this. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Carpenters. Gentlemen, thanks for coming down. Great speeches, really, really appreciate it. Very impactful. So I was reading your letter, Ms. Forbes, and going over the response. And a couple of questions I've got. First thing I'm going to ask here is, city would be glad to process your application for one of the allowable CC4 uses. The time this application was given, does this application, that particular zoning include residential?
It does not.
Okay. In addition, should your client wish to develop residential uses on the site, your client may submit an application for a general planned amendment. Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-2.5-2.2505. So what would it take to do a general plan amendment in order to get residential onto this location? Would that fall under Article 27, Measure DD?
We certainly had encountered that. For example, the Kensington project that had to go, and they submitted that application for that change.
It's in the coastal zone. Okay, so just so everyone knows what the Kensington project is a change to our local coastal program, change in our zoning, which I believe accompanied a check of $200,000 so that the city can have an election in 2015 so that the residents could vote on a zoning change. So Article 27, Measure DD, is a voter enacted legislation here in Redondo Beach that says any change of our local zoning has to go before a vote of the people. Okay. Mayor Brand was actually one of the people who helped craft that, came from Newport Beach, where Mr. Schoenfeld lives, actually, down there somewhere. His office is down there? His office? Office, there you go. So that's been in effect since 2010, 2012, 2008, right in there. And 2008, 2012, 2009. And also, so our local coastal use amendment plan, if we were to change our local use plan, and voters were to amend the local coastal program, would we have to go to the Coastal Commission and get subsequent approval from them?
Yeah, the zoning amendments that are in the coastal zone, as a matter of fact, we just introduced one tonight. Then it would have that resolution that would forward it to the Coastal Commission to consider that. So once it would go to the vote, then it would go for coastal commission approval.
The housing.
Certification.
Thank you. The housing element that was approved in September, when we sent that to them in July, did we do any subsequent changes?
No.
No. So one would say it was substantially complete, the housing element, since we didn't do any,
Yes.
council did not do any changes.
Yeah, on July 5th.
On July 5th, it was substantially complete. Okay. So you're saying that this application, this preliminary application is not complete, correct?
It's the preliminary application, we didn't make a determination. This is the official application, and that was deemed incomplete.
Okay. So I took the time and read Mr. Schoenfeld's letter, and there was a little add-on letter to his from Department of Housing and Community Development Department, and it was from HCD to David Rand, Rand Pastor Nelson LLP. There was a question that said, if a preliminary application is submitted to a jurisdiction without a compliant housing element, and the jurisdiction subsequently achieves housing element compliance during the project entitlement process, do the rights vested by the preliminary application continue to apply? Pretty simple question. The answer is yes. The submittal of a complete preliminary application pursuant to Government Code Section 65941.1 vests the right to develop a housing development project in accordance with the ordinances, policies, and standards in effect when a preliminary application is submitted. Government Code Section 65589.5. Therefore, if the submittal occurs at a time when the jurisdiction does not have a compliant housing element, any potential benefits afforded to the applicant as a result of the jurisdiction's non-compliant status would remain throughout the entitlement process, even if the jurisdiction subsequently achieves compliance during the entitlement process. So I'm hearing from a prior lawsuit, I believe it was the Gilroy lawsuit, that if you submit a substantially complete housing element and we certified something on July 5th, which wasn't changed by us, that would be essentially exactly the same. It was a complete application that they then approved, correct? Is that an assumption?
It was a housing element that was.
HCD approved the housing element?
Yeah.
Okay. And at the time, this zoning does not include in the local coastal plan housing, nor was an application for a vote of the people accompanied for this, a change in zoning for this?
Correct.
The Kensington process, essentially?
Correct.
Okay. And so this particular letter, just so everyone understands, is on page 295 of L2-2. This is in regards to 330 Nebraska Avenue in Santa Monica. And I looked up 3030 Nebraska Avenue in Santa Monica. That is not within the coastal zone. It's far outside of the coastal zone, actually. So it's apples and oranges, actually. But still, the idea here is still the same, because they're saying here in HCD's letter, it has to be a substantially complete, or not, it has to be a complete, you have to amend, you have to be, get the exact words, complete preliminary application pursuant to your, does not have a complete, it has to be a complete, has to agree with all the current local ordinances, and ours would include the local coastal plan. Okay, and now I understand where we're going with this. Okay, any other comments from the public who wants to come down and speak? Any Zoom comments?
Motion to close the public hearing if there's none.
One person coming in?
We're about to get served.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know when I was gonna get another chance for the.
State your name for the record, please.
Oh, sorry, process server. I just have for one
Name, give it to the clerk.
Can you take your hoodie off? Can you also, actually, hold on, can you go back to the podium, please? No, I need you to go podium. No, stop, I need you to go to the podium. I need you to go to the podium. And you have 3 minutes.
All right.
And I need you to state your name,
All right.
who you are, what you're doing here, so on and so forth.
All right, just like delivery for one Niels.
What's your name? Sorry,
What's your name?
Oh, Phil, process server.
Okay, Phil who?
Phil Kim.
You have a process server number? Okay, yeah, Phil, there you go. He's
Yeah. Yeah. And I was here to deliver that. I didn't know when I was going to have another second chance to be able to.
No, it's perfect timing, actually. So
Yeah,
if you just
this couldn't be any better, actually.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you didn't go to another residence that may be outside of the city, because that would be extremely.
Can you read
no
the
bueno.
case name? What's the case name?
The case name was actually.
Technically speaking,
It's all written there.
We're at work, and second, technically, I'm not sure if this is.
The petitioner's Redondo Beach Waterfront.
Oh, RB Waterfront.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. You want to actually? We can't actually accept these because this is not a receive and file. Unless somebody has a receive and file, I'm not going to do it. So, and this isn't part of the item here. So,
Yeah.
I don't even know we can't accept
Isn't
this.
that non-agenda items?
Yeah, it is non-agenda items,
Right.
actually. So this is not part of it, and yeah, so this is not part of the whole packet.
Now, Judge on the motion to quash can just rewind the tape on YouTube and check out what happened and decide whether it was proper service.
But it was cute.
It was cute, actually. He's probably worked quite hard for that.
I don't know, when I was served, I had a big, huge thing. You guys just got a little thing to read, man.
I feel fortunate.
I know, right?
That's not very easy.
This isn't the first time. Well, I didn't officially get anything, so I don't know who this
Yeah.
is.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure you officially got something. Okay.
All right, motion to close the public hearing.
All right. Did you just second that?
Yeah.
All
By the
right.
way, the defendant is the city of Redondo Beach
Oh.
on this.
I want my check, by the way, sir. $35. Right here, $35. I want it. I'm not joking about that. Get that in the record. $50?
Anyway, I'll second closing the public hearing.
You did it. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Anyone want to go first, or want me to go first?
I'll make a motion to, let's see.
So I'll just say this, we have Article 27, Measure DD. The current zoning does not currently exist in this area for residential. If he wants this zoning, he needs to do what Kensington did and go to a vote of the people, and the voters need to approve this type of zoning down here in Redondo. That's number one. And then number two, get approval by the Coastal Commission, all of which I know very much a lot of because I did Measure C. Measure C amended the local coastal program, and then we got subsequently approved by the Coastal Commission exactly verbatim as is, word for word. Mr. Schoenfeld should know that, but it's okay. And the letter that was provided here actually goes the contrary of what the proponent wants.
I'll make a motion to adopt by title only resolution CC 2302-023, a resolution of the Council of Redondo Beach, California, upholding the Community Development Director's decision to deem the application incomplete for a proposed mixed house using project located at 1021 North Harbor Drive.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Comments? No? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? All right, passes unanimously, thank you.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2302-022, resolution City Council of Redondo Beach, California.
I'm leaving that there, just so you know.
Wait a minute here.
That's not proper service. And there's no
We're
check.
doing 20, excuse me. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2302-023, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, upholding the Community Development Director's decision.
No, that's the, I mean.
Is that the right one?
You gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Decision to deem the application
Yeah,
incomplete
that's
for
for
a
the case.
proposed mixed-use housing project located at 1021 North Harbor Drive, APN 7503-013-016 and 7503-013-017. Thank you.
Never a dull moment in Redondo.
Never a dull
Ever,
moment.
ever.
When are we gonna get that, Scott?
Well, they know he's sitting right there too.
Somebody else did not get served.
Oh.
He hasn't been served. Just so you know, FYI.
Good job on staying quiet.
Wait a minute.
That's two
This time you didn't get served.
Wow.
Okay, wait a minute, before, which, am I supposed to be the first one? Because I just, it's very,
Right?
trying to understand
That
which one
shows
to read.
you.
What we're dealing with.
What,
For this last one.
I'm sorry, say it
Make sure I
again?
read the right one.
It
Like,
was-
it's very confusing.
Yeah, they are very confusing. You are 100% correct. Let me find it for you. It's actually, it should be the first one, I believe.
What, the resolution?
Yes.
2302-023.
Yeah, it's 023.
But they're all both
upholding-
023, I
No,
believe.
the other one's 022, I
Oh,
think.
So 023 upholding the community development
The
director's
other one's
decision.
022, I believe.
right. 023 is one that you read?
We read the right
No,
one.
I read,
Yeah, she read it.
I read 023.
Yes.
Is that the
Yes,
correct-
that is
okay.
correct.
The correct one.
Deem
Okay.
the application incomplete for proposed mixed-use housing project located at blah, blah,
Okay,
blah.
great. It was just confusing. Thank
Upholding
you.
community development, yes.
I just
Correct
want to make
position.
sure for the record.
Yes, okay. So back to our regularly scheduled agenda after the hilarity had ensued. With no service, by the way, I might add, and no check, by the way. That's quite rude.
Okay.
L1, all previous sessions, city council, mayor and city manager items.
Just one, you mentioned it earlier. Thank you, many of you, for attending today's transit center opening. That project's been a long time coming. There was a lot of staff and hard work that went into that. A lot of council actions over the years, but I would like to point out again, Andy Wingy, Joyce Rooney, a couple of our two folks that were dedicated through this project kind of from start to finish and have really been a factor here. Andy in particular, kind of getting this project buttoned up and done. I mean, it was a tough one. So it was great. I thought a great turnout, really nice to recognize our transit partners and continue to work with them for future funding needs. I can promise building it's one thing, operating it will be another. So that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor and council items, referrals of staff, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I really only have one, but it's multi-pronged. How's that? It really has to do with the updates on capital projects, like where we're at. Remember, we talked about running it?
Yeah.
I started writing these down because I looked at the budget information and the stuff that's the money that's been encumbered. And I could list them all, but like, why? I'd just like to see where things are at, like
Right,
Dominguez
totally.
Park Playground, Wilderness Park improvements, like the where are we at with Torrance Boulevard?
We've got
and Manhattan Beach Boulevard paving, like those things.
Totally, yeah. We've got, and that's one of the things we usually do at mid-year is we do a presentation on the status of capital is where we typically provide kind of an update through that. Obviously, our goal is to get that portal up and running, so you've
Yeah.
got an ability to do that in real time. But secondarily, you've got a strategic planning objective that's coming back that talks about prioritization. That will also discuss kind of where we're at with status of a variety of projects. So I can, and if you've got those particular items, I can share with you offline and give you
Yeah,
a sense of
offline. I didn't want to bring it in front of everybody, but it would be great to know an update on when the portal is going to be ready.
Yep.
So, thank you. That's it.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
No, I'll follow up with CM offline.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
I've got nothing, thank you.
Wow. And Councilmember MD.
I thought Manhattan Beach Boulevard was going to come tonight, so is it now going to come next week?
Yeah, I think the plan is next week or I think next week, last I heard. I'll know more tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Two things. I didn't get my monthly investment report, I don't think. Did I miss that? Did anyone get the monthly, did you get the monthly investment report? I think it's December and January, I want to say.
I'll follow up with the treasurer.
Okay. And then, let's see here. Too bad Mr. Schoenfeld left, actually. We'll stay to the end. I had something for him. I'd like to start having the planning commission having discussions on creating an ordinance and zoning requirements for co-living in Redondo Beach.
High occupancy living?
Or high occupancy living, co-living, commercial sized living, whatever it may be. Yeah, and
A little more time until we get that.
if there's no current projects in the loop, then I don't think we necessarily need a moratorium. What is the current backup plan or process? We don't have anything currently in the works. I take it for co-living.
Yeah, I can look into that. I don't believe we do. I'm not aware of any projects that are looming. But what we would have to do is create a discussion item to talk about making this an item for planning commission discussion to kind of provide scope to their direction. So we can bring that back to you, at a reasonable time, and have that preliminary conversation, then go from there.
Okay, I can provide you some ordinances that I found in other cities, other things as well.
Sure.
And you guys can work off of that, as well as, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can have the preliminary discussion. We can't obviously do any formal direction on ordinances right now.
You second that? All right. Thank you, sir. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is all I've got, those two items. All right, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wow, amazing time on really